Yeah, greetings to you. I greet you powerfully. You're welcome to Liberation Hour today, and I'm happy to have the privilege to be in front of everybody to anchor today's broadcast. And thank you so much for joining today's broadcast. It's nice to have in us, and of course, we want to talk about electronic transmission of results. And what are the fears surrounding electronic transmission of results? And what are the facts? What are the concerns? These are what we want to really discuss today. And we wouldn't waste time before we get to the details of the issue. And of course, it is a discourse that is meant for everybody. So that means everybody, all of us, should be more than willing to join the conversation. The conversation is open for everyone. And of course, we are having this conversation every day. All right. Usually we meet every day to have this kind of discussion around what is actually of the interest of the national interest. We try to analyze the situation beyond every reasonable doubt and bring the facts to our audience. Thank you so much for joining on Civic Space YouTube. We are currently streaming on 3 platforms. We have been able to get to be streaming on our normal platforms: Facebook, Twitter, and of course YouTube. Thank you so much. We are live and direct. I don't know why this camera is blurring. This camera is doing somehow. Let me see if I can switch one or two things from. Maybe perhaps is it my resolution that is causing it? So, what are the concerns indeed of electronic transmission of results? Because we can see that many people are expressing concern of cyber attacks. That is it reliable? Check the thing, they reliable to really transmit results in real time. And I've gone to dig up a video of Elon Musk when Elon Musk was pretty much saying, as a technologist, as a computer operator that he is, he can confirm that computers can be manipulated, computers can be hacked, and of course, if it can be hacked, then it puts the integrity of elections at risk. But I would like to read a few things, and of course, look at everything from different angle. We will look at it from different angle, then come to a logical conclusion. Say, okay, which one really makes sense for us to adopt as a people? Which concern really dey legitimate and which concern not really dey legitimate? It is very important because many people just dey talk about even the politicians also will talk about the fact that there are no connections in their village, even though it turns out to be false. So many of them have been fact checked that in their village, indeed, there is connectivity, there is internet connectivity, and there are people operating in those villages, businesses that has to do with internet. While the connectivity can be debated and all of those things, but well, it's by and large, for the most part, in Nigeria, internet is really available. The strength, the signal strength might vary, but the availability. But people are now saying, I have made that argument yesterday that, okay, can we actually get a reliable internet connectivity to actually transmit election result in real time? Yes, there are indeed more superior infrastructure that we can actually outsource to provide internet connectivity for us. All right. But the concerns are whether or not we are not going to be vulnerable. That is, the database, the system of INEC will not be vulnerable to attacks. And vulnerability does not necessarily mean that attack will be successful. The potential danger does not necessarily negate the deterrents or measures that will be put in place to avoid such attack. Let me give you a good example. For instance, now, at some point, humankind have to decide whether or not, because we need to move from point A to point B. And of course, our means of transportation has basically evolved. You either walk, you use your leg to walk thousands of kilometers, or you take the risk of taking a horse. Does it come with its risk? Yes. But are there ways of which you can mitigate against accidents or minimize any form of effect? Yes. And then we move to bicycles. Are there risks? Are there vulnerabilities? Yes. Are there measures put in place to mitigate against vulnerabilities such that at the overall outlook of it, we see the need to really embrace that technology? For the most part, bicycle accidents are still happening and will still happen. But indeed, are there measures in place that can be put to actually minimize or perhaps even to the barest minimum? Yes, the same thing, computer system, and of course, anything that has to do with tech. There is a principle called zero trust, because I did a little bit of computer software, cyber security. The principle of zero trust means that if you actually design a system for anything to penetrate that system, the system is designed such that it will only give in or allow anything that it allows or that is actually designed in the system for it to allow. Let me be more clear. In the case of election result, for instance, now, the beavers have been programmed in certain ways, and the signals that will be coming from beavers will be unique to beavers alone. It cannot be simulated. If you want to really program it such that it only allows signals from beavers machine, no other signals whatsoever will be allowed into the system. You can program it that way. And of course, there'll be a team of engineers that will be monitoring. That is why this whole thing, it takes commitment and honesty and transparency. That is why I have always said from the beginning of this whole thing that it won't get to a point whereby if you are going to allow electronic transmission of results, you have to also make it as a matter of provision that every party will have its representative in the situation room of the IRF. All right, such that everybody is seeing how the whole raw data is entering the system, just as the public is also seeing the sanitized version of it. Because let's face it, there's a raw part that the back end or the front end will be looking at. All right. And of course, the system is programmed such a way that it is happening in real time. That there's a sanitized version of it that you can have on your smartphone that you can be seeing, such that the numbers is in more sanitary outlook. But at the back end, as the whole data is coming in, there are team of engineer that will be seeing the raw format of it and will be able to spot inaccuracies or inconsistencies. And of course, that will mean every party will also have to come up with their own experts to look at it, whether there's any alteration in the back end. So if we are going full electronic, if we are going full transmission via, you know, means of technology, you also have to scale to meet that, just like you would have party agents. All right, at the polling units, you have party agents to look at how things are going, such that there is no foul play. You also have to have at the national level, just as you have physical people on the coalition, national coalition center that will be monitoring proceedings. You will also have a cyber team represented by every party. So there's a whole lot that will go into maintaining the integrity of this process. Now, possible concern about the electronic transmission of election results in real time primarily revolve around security, reliability, infrastructure, and potential for manipulation. And many, they make this argument, say the reason why politicians they lie, because Oji Zokalu na lie now. Say internet no dey for in village is a lie. Internet dey, but if you know strong reach urban area, for internet dey. And of course, let's even imagine say internet no dey in village. Let's because I like to look at the worst case scenario every single time. I prefer the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario here is that there is no internet in the village at all. And of course, not only in the village of Ojus or Kalu, in several other remote areas where the system can bring ballot box to them, but cannot bring development to them, which is also a big issue. It's a very terrible thing that our politicians are really parading themselves and saying connectivity no reach some certain area. In 21st century, one of the infrastructure that people deserve as social amenity is internet connectivity. Internet connectivity. And many of our universities also should be up to speed with providing e-learning such that students can literally stay in their homes and receive lectures. That will make it flexible for those that want to go to work for certain hours of the day and they'll be back for lectures. They'll be back for lectures. All right. And of course, they will have to need internet to really take lectures. How about those that there are also opportunities for them to work virtually and they would need internet connectivity? And of course, it is very, very quite expensive to actually seek the services of reliable, extremely reliable internet connection companies like Starlink. It is very, very expensive, but it is the job of the leaders in quote in the country to make sure say those kind connectivity is very, very possible for their people. Nothing dey wrong if grandmas and grannies in the village also have access to the internet. There are many contents on the internet designed for old people to improve their health, to improve their lifestyle, and to even broaden their horizon. But many people they make arguments, say be like say our politicians, they do this thing, they do them intentionally to make sure people remain to make sure say people remain docile, uneducated, and unexposed. People they make that argument, and the argument to a large extent makes sense to me. Yes, the to a large extent, the argument it make a lot of sense to me that now they dey do am intentionally. Our politicians they do am intentionally, and of course to keep their people backward, for them not to see the world, for them not to really expose and broaden their horizon in terms of intellectual and how the whole work, how the old world works. I've never been to Canada. I've never been to the UK. I have never even entered. I've never been to the airport to board an airplane. I have never been into an airplane before. But I can tell you, I have seen the world just because of internet connection. I know how Toronto looks like. If I want to really see Toronto and see how the people, the economy, the infrastructure, the architecture, because let's face it, every country has its own unique sets of architecture, the weather condition, the economy. I can actually have access to it from at the palm of my hands. I don't have to really have to enter a plane and have the opportunity to go there, because some of us would not even have that opportunity till we die based on our economic condition or our economic class or status. Many people in the villages, they want to see the world just like any other human being. And that is how it is all over the world. The world is rigged against poor people, that many things that many people will have loved to do, they cannot do it just because of the economic situations they find. Don't you think that young man in the village wouldn't want to have an experience of flight, air travel? But based on his circumstances and you know situation, he would not have that access till he die. He will most likely not have that access till he dies. But for a government that wants to really provide some visuals or perhaps expose their people, and knowing fully well that, let's face it, before humanity can get to that extent whereby everybody have equal opportunities in life, society is struggling with it. Many advanced sane society, they are struggling with creating a system that works for everybody. Let's not lie. And humanity is making some level of progress, all right, to create opportunities for everybody. But let's face it, it will take time. And before that time, during the course of that time, as a serious as a serious government, as a serious government that knows what in they do, all right, we will have to give your citizens enough opportunity to have leverage, really, to be able to see the world, to be able to expose them to different situations, or how places are, how people think, even resources that would improve their intellectual abilities. The internet is a whole world on its own. It's a university for some people. See, if the team is how they talk like this, no be say I deleted like that. Many people they think say I be one kind professor. Professor we be say don't go one kind school, don't read every book or write papers, academic papers. Professor we don't write every academic papers of this world. I am not anything close to that. Everything where I know, I can tell you about 90% of what I know. 90% from both English language. I just don't need to go through the kind primary school, secondary school, or a touch of tertiary education where I get. I don't need to take you through all of those, but I'm just giving you an idea that from even having to speak correct grammatical expression that will not even be, you find little or no blunder in it. It is all thanks to internet. Public speaking, all thanks to the internet. Exposure, knowing a little bit about everything, all thanks to the internet. So it tells you the importance of connectivity in rural, and I don't even consider where I live an urban area. I have never lived in an urban area all my life, including now. So it tells you the importance of internet connectivity. But here you have Nigerian senators. All right. Here you have Nigerian senators really bragging that in 21st century their village does not have internet connectivity, and of course that will mean that they will have to be manual, and of course that is what Akpabio has said. Akpabio has basically said, I need to really apart from the link that I am seeing you can see on the screen. Basically, if you type that link correctly, and of course I have posted it on the comment section on YouTube, so for as many as those that really want to join the conversation, if you want to join us in the studio here, this is the People's Media platform. It is meant for the people, and we know they push propaganda here, and we don't have a pre-selected people we go they talk for here. No, it is for you. It is for the people to make use of. It is free to hear. All right. If you have internet connectivity, you can basically tune in and enter the studio without any bureaucracy. You don't need to know anybody. Don't need to know any director of production for you to enter into our own studio. Our studio is open for the general public. And of course, we are not running an agenda such that we believe that anything we say is final. No, you can debate, disagree with us. You can debunk whatever it is that is being said. We would welcome it with grace, that you have been able to correct us and shed light into some of the things that that is being said, that we have said on this platform, because we want to be as intellectual as possible. We want our platform to be as intellectual as possible, but not a way where we say you go kick people out. They say, now only on Yimbo that they talk for that place. No. Waiting, we want make people know us for be say we they talk the truth, and we they break down things where they complicated to understand, such that everybody can understand it, such that anybody can do what thing, can understand what thing we talk. So, and the thing we want to achieve with that, because many people they still wonder, say, how this electronic, why the whole force about this electronic transmission of results? What is the whole force about? All right, why are the senators basically somersaulting on this whole thing? People are somersaulting on this whole thing. And I don't mean the people I mean the senators. There's so much somersaulting on the issue. They want to use wuru-wuru. They want to use wuru-wuru to convince everybody about this issue. Another wuru na him we want debunk for this our platform. And we did for the business of debunking wuruism. We have allergy to falsehood. We are very allergic to falsehood, and we go want make we debunk them as they waiting, as they ought, we want debunk them as they ought. And I'm just trying to really put, apart from the ones on the screen, the Restream link that we say people go feel use join us. I want try paste time for our timeline for Liberation Chats. People with the YouTube don't see the link already, but I want make we carry everybody along. But I don't know why this Restream before they always show our updated but this Restream they do them again. It is the whole system is now confusing now, so I have to now use another device through another account to enter the Restream the old broadcast. Then I will now share it from there, which is a long journey, but we go try do them because we want make everybody they involved in this whole thing. So we don't want leave anybody behind. And there are many of our people waiting for WhatsApp. We know to they tech savvy like that. So we got to make them very, very easy for them to be able to join our live broadcast. And of course, all of this is what they talk here. It is very important to everybody live. Not be just to one people now. In this thing, they're important for. They're important for everybody to have clarity of what it mean to really transmit election results from polling units down to a national database. What it mean? After we don't vote finish, all right, we don't vote person where we want. The electoral officer waiting for polling unit don't collate everything, all right? All right, it don't collate everything, it don't count them. Say, okay, now so numbers now APC get. Now so numbers now PDP get. Now so numbers now AAC get. Then you can't do one thing. You can announce the person will win for that polling unit. All right, you go announce who win for that polling unit. After you don't announce who win for that polling unit, you go come write everything down. You go write every result down into a paper, a particular form, whether they call form EC8, something around that line, but there's a particular name whether they call that form. All right, Ingo write all of the result of every party and the total of it into that form. You understand me? After he don't write and finish, so waiting people before they'll come carry all the results before the normal arrangement. Before they say after you don't write the result, everything, they'll come carry the paper where people don't vote, everything. Tigbo, carry everything, transfer them to the state collation center. And from the state collation center, those one too, they go count every Tigbo where people don't vote. Them say they will go carry the result, go Abuja. Now like that, the thing take B. Where people they suspect say Mago day. And Mago day. Because in the process of transferring the result from point A to point B, they feel just carry the result where they don't write. They don't get duplicates. Another original copy where they don't get for some kind of room. They'll come write, they go thumbprint the result where they go carry the one where people don't thumbprint. The original mandate and the will of the people, they will carry and throw away. They will come do it in. They will come type their own. They will come thumb print. One person fit thumb print about 300 ballot paper. All right, they go carry the one way people talk. They go carry and throw away. You understand me? I dey try share this link to everybody. So after they don't do and finish, they'll come declare the person who no win election. They'll come declare that one as winner. Yeah, they go declare that one as waiting as winner. Person who no win the election, and they'll come declare as winner. You understand? Now make people dey vex say no, we have to bypass that from one place to another. You go carry our vote from one place. No, we no want that one. As we dey vote like this, make we dey transfer them immediately. ASAP. Make we dey transfer them ASAP into a national database where everybody dey see. All right, hold people for the area. At least we go get person wey go fit write number down now for the whole community. For every polling unit, there will always be person wey go school. Even if they no get phone, they go write am. Okay, APC got this number, PDP got this number, AAC get this number. They go write am. As election officer, they write in own. Themselves, they write their own. And they go tell them make you upload them. And they go show them say you don't upload them. All right, the thing go write uploaded. So even if they don't feel verified, if they don't get smartphone, or they don't get anybody where they go feel, they go have their own copy of results with them. So if any wuru or mago day, people go feel we go feel call, say okay for so polling units. Waiting they tell say una get. Una go come tell them for verification. They go check people wey get phone, people wey get access. People wey get access to that thing, they will come verify. Now then they will come know where mago dey. And that is in the worst case scenario. Maybe say people wey dey for polling unit, they no see the upload. But for majority of the areas, maybe say many people get smartphone to take. Many people get smartphone to take verify the gbogbo wey dey happen. As the election officers they upload the parole, na in they go see am. No go tey at all. Now instantly, just as the only thing wey fit happen be say just like as they do your bank transaction, now you say the thing go delay for 2 3 minutes before bank go do the transaction. And so you go, but no go tey. No be pass 15 minutes. Maybe say una go see the result for national collation database. You no go tey at all. At all. So now that credibility, nine people they want, but 9 people want. That credibility, 9 they absent. That transparency. And don't forget what I talk when I begin this program. All right. I talk one thing as I begin the program. I talk, say, the reason why people are questioning this thing, they say people they doubt the credibility and the fairness of this whole process. Nine they cause wahala. Nine cause wahala, my people. The credibility of the process. Make people sit down, vote, stand up, vote for inside sun, for inside rain. make their vote no come count. That na disrespect to them. And of course, it dey demoralize many people from coming out to do it to vote. It dey do it dey demoralize many people. Make I no lie. Many people no get morale. They no do it they no get morale at all. Because if you ask them, they go talk, say, shey our vote dey count. If we go vote now, shey they go count them as we take vote them for polling units. Some they use them, they justify. Some they use them, they justify themselves. Say now the reason why they no come out, come vote be that. Say now the main reason we make them know. So I don't send everything now to everybody. So nobody go tell me, say, they no see the link. Apart from even the ones, the one where I don't put for screen. So this one where I put for screen, so anybody can type it. Type them for your browser and you go feed join us in this. That is if you want to join us for Inside Studio. So the studio is for everybody. The studio do it is for everybody. It is for everybody. All right. This is a people's platform. It is where people can actually have a conversation of waiting day for their mind, and they go get the assurance, say everything they worry about, and we are going to address it and bring clarity to it. We are going to bring clarity to it. All of the concerns about the electronic transmission of election results in real time primarily really resolved around security. Security. How secure the numbers are. If 10 people vote for AAC, if so people vote for APC, so people vote for PDP, make it remain like that. Make it dey secure. And of course, make that number now they go hard to other places to give an accurate figure of the person when win election. Security, reliability of the election. Say we feel rely on the INEC officials. All of the oga patapata way they do this our vote. How can we rely on them? Now, make I talk, say part of the demands of this whole agitation should be how, because they're talking about electoral reform, why should it be only about results? Transmission of election results. How about the leadership of the INEC itself? Why we don't talk about that one? INEC should be structured such that now them go feed they choose their leader. No be say person we won't participate for election, or person maybe say himself get candidates for the election, because let's face it, when president don't do their 2-term finish, they're not the context again, but they get interest, because they go find one kind of person, say now the person where I recommend for now be this. What if that person is not the will of the people? And of course, if he go choose against, okay, now this person, I want make it be the INEC chairman. And whoever they pay person where they blow trumpet, now he go tell him waiting he go blow for inside the trumpet. No be so. The person where they pay bricklayer, now he go tell him waiting he want make it build. So that means say the integrity and the reliability of that electoral umpire is in question. And part of the demands in any protest should be systemic revolutionary change in who becomes the INEC chairman, who becomes the leader, who becomes the oga of the INEC. Not be person will be boy for president, or boy for one particular arm of the government. They very, very important. Because it is very, very strange. Say, person do INEC chairman finish. He no give account of how he takes spend $620 million wey in collect for the past election wey in do. And the election, many analysts will call it one of the most questionable, controversial election in our history in Nigeria. Election where they give person wey carry third the impression saying win the election. What kind of election be that? That is the person wey carry third. The election no prove to that person beyond every reasonable doubt say in lose the election. Person wey carry third, no be even person wey carry second. Person wey carry third. Which kind of election be that? Election wey be say they give person wey carry third the ground to make solid argument, say in win. That is a very questionable election. And of course, many people would say that the right thing to do is for the Ogapatapata of the INEC, the Shamo of INEC way past, to give the breakdown of how the resources where they give them to take do free, credible election, how they take spend them. Because nobody fit tell me say we cannot really get electronic or tech oriented election will be say they in standard with global standards with 600 million plus resources where they carry give INEC. They carry over 600 million plus, give them, say, okay, you don't budget this money. You say that the money where you want be this for you to help us conduct election where they free and fair. And we carry the money, give you. Election day reach, you talk, say, you turn off one of the most important facility we go remove every reasonable doubt, say election day without any ojoro, you turn them off. Giving people will lose the enough evidence to use against you, say now true, say they win, say now ojoro na in day. And at the exact same way, people they try avoid with this, we make them stage protest. All right, we make them do it in stage protest. Say no, we cannot continue like this. Is a very fraudulent, unreliable, and very controversial election. All right, very controversial election that is quite atrocious. But make I not throw big grammar. So any election we go give person we carry third mind to question, say he win. No be correct election be that. Everybody will perform for that or we run for that kind of election suppose know say na true they no win, because the whole process they open. No wuruwuru, no magomago. No wuruwuru, no magomago. But you go carry ambassador, even more position to represent Nigeria, carry and go give the past INEC chairman. What signal are you sending to everybody? And you want people to believe, say, the INEC is truly independent. These are systemic issues where many analysts, get reservation about. Many analysts talk, say, no, this is not how to do things. This is not how to run an election. Hence, the reason to question and to do a kind of change in the system. Some will call it a revolutionary change in the electoral process and the electoral umpire. Some will call it reform, but some of us will not call it reform. we need a total systemic change. And one of that systemic change be say, no be president or any arm of the government go choose who go become leader of. That is what is called truly independent. You give them their power to choose based on an institutional agreement or arrangement. Say people, they feel work their way to the top. They feel work their way through years of service, through years of providing sterling quality service in that particular area, to be able to become Oga. And once they become Oga, we know that they are becoming that Oga after years of experience. And of course, through some certain goal and value in that institution. And some of the goals is the security of the votes of people, the reliability, the trust, public trust. People of America na no go fit talk say their electoral umpire na them dabaru votes such that Donald Trump become the winner of that election. They no fit talk am. They know say everything dey very clear. For the most part, it dey very clear. Say na him win the election. That is the reliability and security of the votes and mandate of. If you can't talk, say na mumu they go vote for, na their wahala be that. And they don't suffer or enjoy the result of that their decision. They don't suffer or enjoy the decision of that their collective choice. But the process they open. That is an election. Reliability, security, infrastructure where they take do the election. Infrastructure, the equipment. Don't be say the kind of equipment where be say person go fee twist or manipulate. And I make people talk about these beavers. All right, this bimodal voters accreditation system. Because the thing they computerized before you vote, you go first scan you first. Many of them they use OPay now. And you know that if you sometimes the system will just pop up and say make you open your eyes, make you open your mouth, make you shake your eyes like this, make you shake your head like this, make you do like this. The system is trying to verify if the person where they hold the phone, now the person will get that account to prevent against criminal activity. Once any criminal activity is detected, the system is designed to verify and to block. All right. So that beavers go scan you, say now you will get the card. The person will get the card, now you can vote. That's what it does. Accreditation. It could accredit you, say, okay, now true, now you come. No be say person can't use your card, can't make decision on your behalf. You know if you go take your grandma voter's card now, say she just sit down for us. You know if you come voter polling unit, you can't use your own grandma. You say I know the person where she won't vote for. I can't vote for them. No. Person will get card, now go come. Now make people say, okay, we like this one. This one now correct something. How about transmission of result? Now there wahala con dey. Na there wahala dey. Na there wahala dey. And now make people like Peter Randy and Shore and Aisha Yesufu. Now made them come outside, say no. We have to make sure say na person where people vote for office, na in day for office. No be person where some other bigger hands, some mafia at the top impose on the people. And it's a disrespect to the integrity and the intelligence of the Nigerian people. whatever their choice is should be respected. Even if na mumu they won't vote, make the system make sure say their choice is respect. That's what is called democracy. So that next time they go feel make better choice. No go vote mumu, go vote for the person wey get sense. And sometimes people learn from terrible experiences. They learn their lesson through very, very harsh means. And many people are making an argument, say, now because Nigerians never learn their lesson, now it make them they pay attention to some politicians, we still they gallivant themselves as politicians for Nigeria. Now because they never learn their lesson. And they are still hiding under the old umbrella of before now, yeah, and they don't know who go win. And why I sell my vote. Yeah, even if I know sell them, and they don't know who go win. That is a lame argument. If you have a system that is trustworthy, that is reliable, that protects the votes of people, that argument really shatters and falls into the bottomless pit. It will not make sense again. The system is transparent. Now, why you no go on come vote for person when you want? Because your vote go count. And it will not be a matter of whether or not people that have your similar choice would win or becomes the majority that will win. Chicken. These issues are often discussed in contexts like Nigeria's ongoing debate around the Electoral Act amendments for 2027 elections and global election security practices, including the US, where real-time transmission from polling places is not universally mandated or fully electronic in the way some assume. All right, here are the main concerns commonly raised: cyber security vulnerabilities and hacking risks. Cyber security vulnerabilities and hacking risk. Transmitting results electronically, especially in real time over networks or internet, could expose data to interception, alteration, or denial of service attacks. Concerns include malware, spoofing, or nation state interference, changing votes, or disrupting reporting. Number one concern be cyber security vulnerabilities and hacking risks. I don't talk a little bit about, based on the fact that means if I don't do small cyber security course. So I get some kind small experience on it. All right. And cyber security is protection of cyberspace, really. And if there's such a thing as protection of cyberspace, cyber security, and you think, yeah, all of these things are very, very much something of concern, they are big concerns. All right. Data that is being transmitted electronically can be intercepted. It can be altered, and it can even be denied from getting to where it should get to using some kind mago means. But Oyinbo wey do pencil na him do eraser. Oyinbo wey do pencil na him do eraser. Nobody fit talk say na because of that. Nobody go fit talk say na because of that. People dey ask say na nobody fit talk say if you have a robust cyber security team, a very robust, and of course, soup wey sweet, na money kill am. Soup wey sweet na money kill am. if you budget for cyber security and you give it to institution or organization of international repute, you can even find, see, some of the best cyber security experts in the world. You can find them in Nigeria here. How do I know? How do I know? Look at the Nigerian banking system. The majority of the money in the Nigerian banking system is in the air. It is not physical money. It is not physical. It's inside computer. majority of the money wey una get na inside computer e dey. How is it now being protected? How be say we know the year of cyber attack? Say that they attack the computer and they collect money, that they steal your money. Yes, there is one or two occasions, but it is very rare. And of course, what we are talking about is not that there will not be attack, but it will be contained. And for the most part, the attack will not disrupt or lead to a total alteration of the overall majority decision of the people. That is exactly what we are saying. Attack go dey. Okay, even even if you have to say you want to scrap electronic transmission, shey they know they still ballot box. They still ballot box now. They enter polling unit, still ballot box and run away with it. After una don vote finish, you go carry all of una vote. Go through inside bush. But these are just pockets of attacks here and there. And of course, the security agents, their mandate is to mitigate against such snatching of ballot boxes. For the most part, it will happen here and there, but it should not be so much that it affects the overall results. That is the whole idea. And if cybersecurity team, if there are cybersecurity teams in individual banks, and of course even the central database where all the banks use for interbanking activities, and it is secured one way or the other using groups of techie people, of experts, if they can prove, if it can be done to protect millions of naira from being intercepted through bank transfer, it can be done with voting results. That is the argument that some of us will make. You think that argument don't make sense? Or yeah, drop them for comment section. Say you disagree. And tell us say you no agree. And now the reason why you no agree be this. Say when you wey do pencil na him do eraser. As cyber security risk dey, na in cyber security prevention sef dey. Maybe say they go want to attack the system, but the system is designed such a way that the system is fortified. Go and ask any cyber security team, say, can systems be fortified against cyber attacks? I no agree. Oh yeah, now tell us why you no agree now, Ogami. All right, Africa in the box. Thank you so much for your comments. If you no agree, yeah, tell us why you no agree that Oyinbo wey do pencil na him do eraser. That many people are concerned, especially the APC people and our APC brothers and sisters. They don't take light. Okay, not sure. They don't take light. Okay. Like my equipment is, I beg, give me. So as people will talk, say Oyinbo wey do person na him do eraser. As people wey want scatter data that is intercepted, data in the air can be intercepted, abi? I dey come, or I go send you the link now. Ogami, Africa in the box. I think I did send you the link, or didn't I? Let me check. But the link there for screen. Oh. Make I put on for screen again. Now the link be that, but I will resend it. Africa in the box. Yeah, I think I have the link where I sent for you, Ogami. That the link to enter the broadcast day for that it dey inside the link. But I don't send you another one. The direct link into the studio. So as data is being sent from point A to point B, it can be intercepted midway, really. No doubt about that. But there are cyber security measures that you can put in place to prevent against such interception. All right, Oyinbo wey do pencil na him do eraser. And you're welcome to the studio, Africa in the box. How are you doing, my guy?
Mr. Civic, Babagba.
Well done, sir.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been listening to you, and I think I listened to the same thing you said yesterday. But the problem I have with what you said was that, you know, yeah, you see, when it comes to cyber threat, yeah, I'm no cyber threat expert. You understand? But I can tell you what that there is no system that can be attacked. You understand? So now it depends on how robust the system you are trying to protect is, and the interest of the party that wants to attack your what's it called, your system. You understand? So the thing is that my own submission would be that my own recommendation would be both man it will be an hybrid situation whereby both manual and electronic systems are used to cross-validate each other, but not like the one Nigerians want, not like the one the Senate wants to do now. Because if you read well, what they said was that the paper will be the primary, will be the superior. Even now, the bill that they passed, even if they use electronic, they are telling you that if there is a discrepancy, they will go with the paper. They're telling you that if there's no network, they have to go with the paper. And even there is discrepancy, they have to go with the paper. That's the problem. I have a problem with that. My own suggestion would be there should be a cross validation setup whereby you use electronic, and you also the receipt that is being given to the voters, sorry, that is being collected by the voters, or any form of receipt, any form of manual collation should also be done. Should also be done and be collated so that they can cross validate both systems with each other. But if you rely on just electronic, like what some Nigerians are requesting, it is impossible to rely on just electronic. And you can fact check me. There is no country in this world that is using just electronic. There is no country in this, because of the threat and because of how hard it is to safeguard.
But people are saying India has really metamorphosized into electronic
Yeah,
voting.
we looked at it today with OIE. What India has is electronic, right? And that doesn't use internet at all. So the thing is that like OIA explained, they have this chip, and this chip is what they use to, sorry, this chip is the result of collation from a center. So the thing is, they are not using the internet at all. So they use the device, a machine, to collect data, and they have a chip from every polling unit. So that chip is what they will now take to the collation center. You understand? So now there is a manual means involved in it, and however, they still rely on receipt. The receipt that they get from each polling unit that has that chip they still collect the receipt, but they do. But the thing is that they do, for now, they do not collect 100% of the receipt. They have a certain percentage that was recommended by the Senate. More like they have to collect the receipt from 50% of the centers. You understand? The reason why they are doing it that way is that because they know that you even though the Indian system, you understand, doesn't use internet, so that means you cannot hack it. You understand? It uses a chip. They know that they can still counterfeit that chip, right? Because someone produces that chip. If someone can produce it, someone else can also produce it. You understand? So they might not need your own chip. They just need another chip to replace yours. So because of that, even and that method they use in India, because it is electronic. You understand? Not, it doesn't use internet. That method is so good, so sophisticated that you cannot hack it. But so you can still counterfeit it. So that is why they say that the receipt, which is a manual, they have to collect the receipts manually from some polling units. You understand? To cross-validate the electronic method. So no country in the world, even United States, you started by using electronic. They use electronic method that even uses internet for up to about 2 decades. But from 2016, they started passing bills and they changed it totally in 2020 to an hybrid situation. And they claim that Russia attacked the 2026 election. So you can have the best cybersecurity team. If you are using, I'm telling you, if somehow we pressure the Senate to start using electronic means that uses the internet, you understand? See, I'm telling you, you just pass the control to imperialists because they will have the facility to somehow get in that system. And so and you know all these systems now, they have access to backends. Someone usually have access to backend. Who's gonna hold that access? That's the question. Who has that? To me, I don't even like that internet. The internet electronic means I don't like it because you have to trust someone with the access, and these people can always sell the access. But I like the Indian electronic means that doesn't use internet. We can adopt that, but however, we still need a manual means to cross validate it. Because if you don't have the manual means to cross validate it, you are actually giving the control to another bourgeoisie that will be able to counterfeit that chip, whatsoever method you want to use. So that is why cross validation method is the best. You use an hybrid method that you can cross validate. You have a paper trail that you can use as an audit. Are you getting what I'm saying, Civic? So no means is free from attack. It's cross validation that will make sure that these attacks are not significant enough to cause any misappropriation in the voting system. So my stand is hybrid system with utmost cross validation. This electronic, I don't know which electronic system we want to use, oh, but if we're gonna use any electronic system that uses internet, then we need to prioritize, what's it called? We need to prioritize manual collation, but not prioritize manual collation in a way that it prevails over electronic, due to bring about a situation whereby the Senate will just bring different institute form to say, okay, fine, this is our result, and it triumphs over your electronic collation. You get what I'm saying? So the thing is, cause validation is the best. No one system can actually give us what we want in Nigeria. Basically, in this Nigeria that politicians always want to win. It won't cost Tinubu to have a collaboration with the US and say, okay, fine, Alaye, don't worry, I'll do everything you want. Just help me rig this this election. You understand? So yeah, that's my thought, Civic. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that insight. It's a very valuable insight indeed, because it talks about the integrity of the process. And of course, if there are processes that you can actually explore that can really make you so vulnerable and that everything gets out of control, then you should be worried. All right. But my concern is people are making the argument, and I believe that argument really makes sense. That if we have tech teams, cyber security experts in Nigeria that are able to protect, because the vast majority of the money, all right, that the banking customers have, it's in the system. Now inside computer, most of the money it's not in cash. And of course, how are they able to protect it such that they are not vulnerable to attacks? And it means that, of course, that will raise the question of the fact that can you fortify a system such that it becomes invulnerable to attacks? All right. Is it possible? Is it within the realms of possibility that electronic transmission of results from polling unit is heavily fortified such that once there's any attack, it can be contained? And of course, with the principle of zero trust, nothing can invade the system, and anything that is going to enter the system is cross-examined in real time. And of course, it actually brings about some level of integrity to the system. Those are my own reservations. That,
Yeah,
well, if there
see,
are
if you
attacks, there
don't
should
mind.
be experts that can actually repel or perhaps contain such attacks. Please proceed, African in the box.
Yeah, see,
You're
if you don't,
welcome, Sean
you
Lara.
see that example, right? That example, that banking example, you see, the thing is that the will is different. You see, for a banking setup, if you have a bank, like if you have a bank or you have your own business, right? There's no way you will release your own assets. But bro, we're talking about INEC. Do you think INEC can you can trust INEC with the backend access to
Are you saying it is beyond the realms of possibility for us to have an INEC team that is not that cannot be compromised?
me? I will not me, I will not trust INEC
No,
with that kind of
but
access,
is it
bro.
not within the realms of possibility
I mean, everything is possible, you understand? But I'm
that
gonna
you
look at
can
the
have
probability of it.
that we can have trustworthy tech teams that can work with INEC that will fortify the walls, like with firewalls and blockchain technology, that such that it becomes so hard to penetrate the system? Because if you're talking about computer here, and of course there are people who sabi this thing within Nigeria here. We sabi this thing. Well, and if
See,
they don't sabi
see,
am,
Civic. Forget
for the
about
year hacking
Sabi
hacking
Civic.
situation.
See,
Hmm?
companies, big companies that pay the best cybersecurity expert, they get hacked. Even banks, you don't even know that some banks get hacked. They don't just tell you because you will panic and withdraw your money. I'm telling you, in my own company that I work with, we do cybersecurity training every time. See, if they want to
Eh,
get to you, see, they have in several ways. It might just be a dummy email that you wouldn't know is a dummy email. You just open it, they'll get access to your entirety.
but trained cyber security team recognizes dummy emails. They recognize all of the things involved. People
Exactly. See,
people go to school for all
listen,
of these
Civic,
things. They
listen,
spend years every waking
listen,
hour
now, Civic.
on
Listen,
stuff
the
like
thing is
this.
that the
I'm
people
listening
that
to
will
you.
be
We're just
that will be
having
in
a
the
conversation.
administration team, that will be the cyber. See, me now, my company. We do cybersecurity training every time because we are the weak link, right? We are the administrator. We are the one that will open an email that will like risk the company. You understand? So there are several ways for you to be exposed. Even companies that have the best
But but
cybersecurity team,
but
they get
trust me.
attacked.
But trust me, aside you, even if from your own hand, from your own team, the first responders, if you get, of course, if you fall into debate, are you saying your company does not have back end teams that can deal with it and contain the attack?
From the level, from the level you are looking at this situation, right? You would just think, oh, that it
No,
can't be
no,
done.
I am asking the question. Now, let's
No,
have a
yeah,
conversation.
I mean, some they would see.
Are you
Do you know
saying
how
that
much it
if,
has
if,
cost
if
us?
from
No,
your own
the
end, from your
question
own
is,
team of first
yeah,
responders now,
see,
let's
that
let's
question is
assume
not.
that
I don't think that question is relevant because it is not. It depends on the type of attack.
Of
You
course, it
understand?
does. It
Exactly. So
does.
some attack might come, they'll be able to cope, and some will come, they won't be able to. You understand? So it depends. It depends on the type of. To me, oh, nothing is impossible. There is no best cybersecurity team that cannot be
Not
hacked.
see
Okay,
the whole concern of
Let me
just
ask
one
you one
minute.
question. Why do
Okay.
you think? How did you think Russia attacked United States in 2016? I think United States don't have the best cyber team.
Okay. Yeah, you have just gotten to the area or arena that is very, very interesting to everybody, and it's interesting to me too.
Mm.
And what I am concerned about is the fact that they attacked the system, isn't it?
Yeah.
But were they able to really, dislodge or carry out so much damage that it disrupts the overall result of the election?
That is why America changed to hybrid because they know that. See, the thing is, it is not until
Nobody is even questioning. In fact, even this current provision that they are trying to push doesn't really remove the paperwork now. They're not saying that people should not
this
vote
current one is stupid because they are
paperwork.
even given the paperwork. They are given it. They are
No,
giving it
no.
the most power.
That is the senators now. I'm talking about people protesting. They are not
Mhm.
saying that they should eradicate paper stuff now or paper receipts that people voted. They're not saying that, but they're just saying that after people don't vote finish, they will still collect all of the votes. They go still contain them. They go still carry them in their possession as proof that people voted. But before the INEC official leaves the polling unit, they should transmit the result electronically in real time. That is, as they vote finish, make they don't carry. Maybe say the people are just vulnerable to. Maybe they'll just carry that vote, go one corner, go to print result, carry the one where people vote throw away. That is what has been happening. But this old real time transmission is not going to eradicate paperwork. Really, it's not going to do that. But what Senator is saying is that they should give credence to people. But in actual fact, people are saying everything should work hand in hand such that people can trace. For instance, people can have record in my own polling unit now. I will be able to record that, okay, we got this so vote, and of course I can check from the IREF that the result we enter that place is not different from what we recorded from our own polling unit. That is what people are saying. Credibility and transparency, and it can be done. And of course, if there is alteration, people on the ground can raise the flag that, well, this is not what we voted for on the ground is different from what we are having here. And of course, it can now be looked hand in hand, and they'll be able to compare and contrast, really. So people can actually cross-examine and cross-check all of these things in real time. So that they're going to say, Mago day, abi Mago no day. That is the whole idea, is to actually increase the accurate rating of the election. Not necessarily that it is a sure banker, because let's face it, even the paper reliance also is not sure banker. And I've made an example of it, that they will go and steal ballot box now. We have had cases whereby people will go and steal ballot box, and of course that should not be the one that will determine the overallness of the whole election. It will just be a kind of disruption that can happen here and there. And of course, that is also very much a laxity on the part of the security unit. So all of these things that we are talking about, if everybody they are on board, if everybody do their job, it can be contained to the barest minimum, so that we have nothing or nothing close to, or perhaps as minimal as possible, glitches here and there. And glitches can be in form of electronic, it can be in form of physical glitches. All right, but I am seeing a possibility whereby the INEC has a team of experts that know exactly what they are doing, that know exactly what it means to fortify national database, and of course they have an infrastructure that can actually take millions of data at the same time, and they can contain it to prevent any form of foul play, and they can design a system, because all of these things have to do with website development, and of course it has to do with architecture of software. And if you anybody that know anything about cybersecurity will know that if you design a system to work a certain way, person wey no know how you take design am, it go dey very hard for the person to penetrate. And of course, before that person go penetrate, you don see am in advance that there's an attack somewhere, and you can put blocks and firewalls in place to stop it. It's as simple. And of course, if you are going to make it as clear as possible that okay, in real time, you can see, everybody can know whether or not this attack is beyond your control, and there's no such thing as any attack beyond your control. If you do your homework in terms of architecture, in terms of how you build the system, and of course, if this is talking about a multi-million dollar worth of election, and they are telling us that they are going to budget 1 trillion naira. So you are expecting the best of the best of the best to be in their team, really. So you are expecting the best of the best of the team that will work alongside the INEC electoral umpire, and they cannot tell us that there will be so much leakages. If you are telling us that after 1 trillion naira, you know what 1 trillion naira? That's over $900 million or close to that. So they cannot say that they cannot really provide us with a tech team that can really mitigate against any form of cyber attack, because they are gurus that can put measures in place that can design a robust system.
Civic, you want to hear
such
me?
that. So you see, you are trying to paint a scenario whereby there are some superior intelligence somewhere that can actually invade, all right, an architecture that is built by the locals. And I'm telling you that we have Nigerians like you and I, we sabi this thing as much as anybody all over the world. But you're looking at a supernatural or perhaps a super intellectual people somewhere in Russia or in Jamaica or in China.
First of all,
It
you asked
can be
one
done.
question.
It's not rocket science.
You asked one question. You said, what the people are requesting. Let me tell you, in the people's request that I've heard, nobody thinking about the manual part. What they are saying is they want the electronic part. Fine. So that was the main reason why the stupid Senate were able to use that against them. We ain't talking about this now. So we will give you your electronic part, but then we will make the manual more superior, even though we give you the electronic part. And that is what they did. Because the masses didn't, I think they didn't see it through. But what I'm telling you is this, right? I'm not an IT guy, right? I'm a geologist. But then from books that I've read, from the companies I've worked with, from the things I've seen, I know that there is no such thing as there is this cybersecurity. There is this cybersecurity expert that designed a system that cannot be breached. That's not what I'm telling you. You might believe, I know it's based on belief to you and I, because you and I, we are not cybersecurity experts. But I want you to ask, don't ask Jeko cybersecurity expert that think they know everything. Ask real cybersecurity expert that has worked in several companies. Ask him that, do you think there's a system that can be breached? I'm telling you, though you asked one question that when Russia attacked.
No. I did not say that there is no system that cannot be breached. What I'm saying is, no. I am saying, even in Nigerian banks, we've had cases whereby there's attacks, and of course, money's got removed from the system. But what I'm saying is, in essence, is very, very simple. I'm saying for the most part,
what I'm saying is, I
hear you now. Africa in the box. Can you hear me? Oh wow. We will have to wait for Africa in the box, and of course, this thing is getting far more interesting.
Can you hear me now, Civic?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
So you were saying that one supernatural, but what I'm telling you, say there is no cybersecurity expert that could talk say in system if we get breached. For this system,
and that is not my argument. I'm not saying system cannot be breached. I am not saying systems cannot be breached. Let me say that again. I am not saying systems cannot be breached. And I use one particular expression. I said, Oyinbo, we do pencil. Now you do eraser.
Now so.
So let me say,
Oyinbo.
So now let me say, if systems can be attacked, if systems can be vulnerable, that same system can also be designed such a way that you can actually minimize the level of attack to the barest minimum, such that you can contain it in real time. Okay, let me give you an example. I actually did some finding
See,
here. It says
before you give me an example, you see
many of these concerns
the
in
way
are valid in
can you
theory,
hear me?
but yeah, let me just read something. Just 1 minute. I'll just read something in 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I will not pass 1 minute. Many of these concerns of security or cyber attacks are valid in theory, but real world implementations often include mitigations and evidence of large scale successful attack in result transmission is limited. All right, though vulnerability exists. Vulnerability exists, but large scale interference or large scale attack such that it disrupts the overallness of the result in terms of election. I'm waiting for a perfect example of that. Like we have given an example of US now that they saw. Even Nigeria also give that
See,
same
you know
excuse
the
now.
reason why you won't see a perfect example because no nation. I don't know why this guy just kept calling me. Aren't you receiving the call?
I
See,
beg, I beg, collect your call. If it be a business call, oh. Link Africa the African Wahala. If you look at the link of the um
I'm back.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
back. Can you hear me?
yeah, you are back.
The
But
reason
the
the
African
reason
Wahala
why
is the African Wahala is asking for the link. Please check the timeline of Liberation Chats, or perhaps I will send you the link now at the WhatsApp. Yeah, please continue.
no,
African
the
the box.
reason why you wouldn't see any of those occurrences now because no country is stupid enough to do that. You know, it's not until it happens to you before you not start making precautions. I'm telling you that for United States to change theirs from complete electronic to hybrid,
No,
there
as US been ever be complete electronic before.
yeah, it was complete electronic before, somewhat complete electronic. Yeah,
No, maybe somewhat. I don't
yeah,
think they have
somewhat.
ever held
Check
any
it. It was.
completely
It was. You
electronic
can
before.
classify it as complete electronic. You can check it.
That they are doing electronic transfer of
Yeah,
results, really.
yeah. For 2 decades, you can check it before they
Well,
change to
I will have
hybrid.
to look that up. Okay, yeah.
Before they
Please continue.
change to hybrid. So what I'm telling you is that the risk still exists. There is no, it's not a risk that one cybersecurity can just give you mouth. That every cybersecurity will give you mouth. But if you meet the one where Sabi work, where Sabi in own limitation himself, he go tell you say, Omo, complete electronic will not make sense. And like the proverb you said that a pencil or razor, the razor there is to cross-validate. You use an hybrid system. As you are using electronic, you are keeping the paper trail so that you will use it as an audit. See, that is what the masses weren't talking about. That was why the Senate was able to outsmart them because you guys were talking about electronic. Now we've given you electronic, but we will make the paper superior. But the paper shouldn't be superior. The paper should at the same level with the electronic. They should use it to cross
No, no,
validate.
no. No, there have come to be a time when you agree that one we have to take superiority in this context now. After all, at the end of the day, those that have adopted hybrid means they will also have to concede which is superior within the two systems. Do you agree about that?
I mean, yeah. The United States agreed to that the paper is superior, but however, it is used as an audit. They won't come out to
And
you to
now
say
everything is
I
for
need
audit
people don't use
purpose
it as
now, really.
audit. Oh, they go just tell you say, nah, the paper we go take. United States we use as an audit
But if they are taking the paper, for what reason?
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm telling you.
they
But my
they
own
want chop the paper. Aye. Africa in the
call
box, don't
now.
promote. Okay, yeah. Please attend to your call. Africa in the box. Africa in the box, attend to your call. This is a very interesting.
Some people don't just know when to stop calling. Jesus.
Maybe you should attend to that call so that
No,
you
it
go
is
tell
our
you go
group
explain to the
call.
person.
It's
And
our
our
group
group call,
call.
I did
Sydney.
get that
Yeah,
same thing
Sydney
here.
just kept
The,
on
the reason why
calling.
the reason why my own is not disturbed because I'm using system. I did see the notification
Right.
for my phone.
I mean, I
I
was there
understand, but
before. I
please
just say
proceed.
let me jump on this. So what I'm telling you is that my own recommendation is no superiority. United States have paper as superiority, but however, that is after audit. They will audit it. In fact, they have a threshold. the threshold is 0.3. If the discrepancy between the paper trail and the transmitted electronic vote is more than 0.2, they believe from below 0.2 is human error. Anything above 0.2, they will get to the root of that error. But what INEC is telling you is that they will just tell you that, oh, we are using this. But what me I'm proposing is an audit to know, to get to the depth of why they, since we have a good cybersecurity team, they can tell you where that issue is coming from. At least they can do that. Even if they cannot protect that, they can tell you where that issue is coming from. So now, if you can get where the issue is coming from and you cannot resolve it, you should redo it. That is my own suggestion. United States don't redo. You should redo election in that polling unit, not the entire election. If there is a polling unit that has a discrepancy, let's say that is above 0.8%, you should redo it in that polling unit. If there is a possibility of redoing, they will not tamper with it because they know that, oh, even if you redo it, it will be more strict here. So if they actually won in this polling unit and someone wanted to tamper with it, it would not, it would think about it, because if they redo it, if they actually won, they will win again. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, my own proposal is cross-validation without giving priority to either of the elements. But in United States, they give priority to the paper, but that is after audit. But what INEC is telling you, is that they go be network. Oh. If network day, oh yeah, paper, and paper, they go just tell you, so yeah, no network for Yanopaja, na paper we use. And if there is discrepancy, it is there. They will choose the paper without, there's no any audit. These people that they go snatch ballot box. No, they're not gonna put everybody for prison. Shey na they go conduct audit for discrepancy in cross validation. So what me I'm saying is that is why that's why you see what the masses did. It was good, but then because they didn't sit it through, they made that mistake. They talk about electronic, but they didn't talk about the paper. So the Senate chose for them. So, okay, fine, we will give you electronic, but we will make this paper priority, which I think is the biggest mistake that's ever done. But now I don't know what's gonna happen from here. I myself, I think, this all these things is way too big, right? Even with this cross validation system, in a corrupt system like Tinubu, they will still find something to do. They not go do the cross validation. Say people wey no fit read, we be saying, man, we will do Instagram. They go just tell you they don't cross validate and na this one. They don't call one company, yeah, and then go tell you to believe in us, because we can't really know what they cross validate. So now, we need, to me, it's total revolution to me. Even with this method, with this EC28 form, this form where they use collect results, with that form, with this current system, if the people decide that they want electoral revolution, so they go protect their vote, alaye, the election will still go smoothly. But with this thing wey me I dey see, you see when they see, you say people they fear of revolution. They don't demonize Shorepa before they go out, go do this video shoot, the cop protest. Because that video shoot, all of them are making plans. We just go there, yeah, maybe we talk small, they vamoose, nothing. Until the real man went there. And what did he do? He extend their extent of protest. And he even told them that, like, yeah, me, I'm here for revolution. I'm here for revolution. This is preparation. This is a baby step towards revolution. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it still falls to the people. We need this togetherness, and I don't see us having this togetherness. This togetherness where we have now, it go break when they give primary ticket or whatever, give the presidential ticket to someone in EDC. If everything will break, all this together, people will not go do them. They don't go want work with each other. If go down, they break for them. So it go be now who feel pass, who get money pass. But when ANC comes out and say, yo, revolution is what we want, not what we want, what we need. Revolution is the only way. People went for an easier option, which was Obi. Oh yeah, Obi lie for us. That also say coalesce. We won't even coalesce with Kwankwaso, where then designate as as terrorist now by United States. They won't coalesce with them. They don't care. And we tell them, say all these people where you want coalesce with, now then go be your downfall for this country. Now, what be the downfall of APC? All this coalition where they don't coalesce with Boko Haram. They don't coalesce with, with terrorist sympathizers. No, their hands are tied. They can't do much. They killed a lot of people in Kwara State. They can't even apprehend those killers. When have you ever seen that they prosecute any of those bandits? For you to know that there is something holding these guys. So these ADC guys now, they now want to follow through that same coalition. And if not for USA now, but I'm not saying USA did the right thing. I'm going to tell you what. USA, any card USA have in their pockets, they use it to play a game. They know those financiers. But Tinubu don't filter that list. Why you think Sekwa Kwaso was the only one? Was the only person that was mentioned aside from me, Etiala Group. Why? It was because he knows that if Kwankwaso could coalesce with Obi, it could have been a bigger deal for him. Now, why he allow USA come out, leave his name there? Why do you, out of all the people we legalize Sharia law in Nigeria, why be saying now only Kwankwaso they call? You know reason now. If you know the USA, anything they do, even if you say they are good, there is a bad in it. They stand to gain elsewhere. You get what I thought? You get what I thought? Was I
Yeah,
communicating?
absolutely. Yeah, you are communicating. Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can
I,
hear
I had
you.
to just I had to just mute my mic so it will not be interfering with your audio there. So
Yeah, so
I got
I saw your mic
I
moving
got
closer to your
everything.
mouth, so I thought you wanted to.
No,
Maybe
no,
that
no,
was a
no,
sign
no.
for me to stop.
No, 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 at all, at all, at all. I had to even rest my hand on top this thing. Sef. My hand they pay me, say, you know.
Oh,
They
so
pay me. You know, easy to
I
put this
mean,
in my mind.
so to me, it's a serious
Yeah,
situation. I'm telling you,
proceed,
everything
proceed.
I said
Mm.
today about this electo, whatever, I didn't know it last week. I only went a day. I used 2 days to make that research. Say, waiting be the way for us. I can't realize, say, oh, that this, now this, now this, now this. So you understand? So now
No,
waiting, man.
that na this na we want know. Wetin be your having made your research,
Mm.
and of course you must have been
I
exposed
don't
to so
discuss that
many.
with you now. I
You
wait till
don't
I
discuss am
discuss
based.
now.
You say we have to have an hybrid system, and of course one doesn't have to be superior with each other. Of course,
Thank you very
they have
much.
to complement one another for audit
Yes. If
purposes
there is a
to actually
discrepancy,
project.
if there is a discrepancy more than the threshold that is set, they should redo it in that polling unit. That is my own recommendation. That
But
is my recommendation.
that redoing in polling it will not be subjective because it will not be depending on how many polling units that such discrepancy occur, and of course
Hmm.
they will not have to determine whether or not it will be necessary for a rerun in those,
Hmm.
because you now have to decide whether or not those results would have overall impact in the overallness of the other vote where they okay, because
Hmm.
you in any election there will be other ones that will be okay that would meet with the criteria of
Exactly.
the system. All right. And there will be other elections that will have comma we go where human error, as you said, will go day. So we now begin the system will now have to decide whether or not there will be a rerun, because the results that will come out of all those polling units where there are discrepancy will be sufficient enough to determine the election. But if it is not sufficient enough, I don't think there will be need for rerun. And that has
Yeah.
always been
Yeah.
the rule, really. That's always been the
Exactly.
rule that they will have to weigh it, the demography of people, the numbers of
Hmm.
voters that in all of those polling
Yeah,
units,
if it if
and if
it
it is
if it
big
will be
enough,
significant in the after the collation
yeah, it
of
will
the
be
results, if
significant.
it will be,
Yes, yes.
if it will be, lead to a significant change, yeah, then we have to do. But if the margin is high, that even the number of registered voters in that polling unit will not even make any change, so they can just let that slide. So yeah, I mean that's my own recommendation. But however, this current state of this what they call this legislation, whatever it is, it's so poor. In fact, the rigging now has just been actualized. It has been make legal. It has been legalized. So now they will just tell you because this it. I don't know. Am I getting the abbreviation? Is it E2C8 form? That form
Yeah, yeah,
where they
yeah.
use collate that form na bastard because now that form they need. So that form can be falsified. It can be amended. They can just cancel the number. They
We
see
have
that
we have
form.
even heard rumors that they will usually produce two original copies
I'm
of that
telling you.
form.
See, if
So
you
there
look,
will be one that they will take to the polling unit. There will be another original one where they go take right with the result where they want to alter
you
the
see
whole
that
thing.
form when they collect data, when they read them on top TV, and they see say they don't cancel something. They say on the last one, they don't use Bible, change you understand?
Mm,
Why Bible did there? What happened for there? Nobody to
mm,
ask. Right? Is it a genuine mistake or something like that? Why are we
mm,
still having
mm.
that? Me, I would
And
appreciate.
it is some of these errors that really necessitated or that motivated this whole electronic, because anything that
Exactly.
do with computer, the, and of course if you encrypt it, or you kind of, you design the system such that once the result is uploaded, nothing, there's something that's called encryption, and that it is that encryption that really really I'm very much interested in, because it is in that encryption that will protect that data such that it cannot be intercepted nor falsified, or perhaps altered. Because if you just like these old guys, all of these platforms, Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, they want us to believe that whatever um conversation that I'm having with Africa in the box, they are not seeing it from the back end,
Now the
because
belief
the
now,
the,
but not lie
the
now.
thing
You know
are
one thing
real
I
life.
like.
No, 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 no. Okay,
WhatsApp.
no,
Some
no.
people they even they talk if you want make some conversation, no jump WhatsApp, because that thing where they encrypt, it get back end login. If you say that they supply for the government of America, so now down for that WhatsApp. So anything where you build, where you
No, no,
post,
no.
where you
Okay, okay.
encrypt.
Yeah, yeah. Let's even consider that WhatsApp. That has, but is it not within the realms of possibility for encryption to be done, such that it is actually given that same promise of we cannot see what is being
Is the
discussed?
the, the,
You
the
know,
the process, I mean the
is
technology
that
that we
such a thing?
see, the method I know that can actually achieve this is blockchain. Because the way blockchain works, I'm not really an expert in that realm,
Mm.
but the way they've explained it to me, like any data is tied to another data, and it's tied to multiple more data in a way that you cannot change one without affecting the others. You understand? So if you want to change one, you need to change the footprint all over other data that
And
it is related
that would
to.
be very very impossible, or as almost impossible to do.
I know it's no
For
blockchain they
for
use
you that want to hack it, yeah. For you to
exactly.
hack it, it
I
becomes almost
so
impossible, because
so if that is
it's
the
all
truth,
tied together. Everything is
exactly, you
knitted
get
together.
footprints all over. It's digital footprint. So now, I mean, I don't know why they're not using blockchain in elections. I don't know why. Maybe I will go it tomorrow. But I need to
Because
know why.
all of this thing, because you're looking at thousands of polling units. We have over 178,000 polling units. And of course, anyone that wants to now hack the system now will have to alter majority of the
No, let me even
178,000
check it now.
data.
Let me
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, Africa in the box. Are you there?
check it.
Seems as though Africa in the box is having connection issue. Yeah, and of course, the African Wala, please, I have sent it to your WhatsApp, because I think I'm lucky enough to have your WhatsApp contact. Please check your WhatsApp link. See the link there. And of course, we check the timeline of Liberation Chat. I have attached the link, the timeline of and if you don't have to go far, this is the latest post on Liberation Chat. So thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And of course, Omologo, thanks for your comments. And of course, the link is also on your screen. All right, the link is on your screen for you to, if you type it correctly on your browser, it will bring you directly into the studio. Africa in the box, we have lost connection with you. I believe other things actually intercepted your connection. And of course, what I'm saying in essence is okay. Oh wow, you're gone again. What I'm saying in essence is that, well, I am very much fascinated about encryption.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
Philip,
please
can
continue.
you hear me
Yeah,
now?
yeah,
So
please, yeah,
I
proceed.
just
Yeah.
did a quick search. So what I realized is it's not even safe as I thought. It's not. I'm not got time to go into why it's not safe. But then they've already listed several reasons why it's not that. But in fact, it is. They even consider it as the worst. So yeah, I don't know, but I just think it's cross validation. If we need anything, we need hybrid system that will be cross validated without giving priority to either of the elements of the system. That would be my recommendation.
But is it possible also to really, for instance, because one of the things that they're talking about in that electronic transmission of result is not just numbers, it's not just a bunch of INEC polling unit officers punching figures inside the beavers and sending it. It also has to do with uploading of the image. All right, you also have to use the beavers to take the picture of the numbers that you have written, which also serve as like a cross-examination kind of that was what was obtainable in the last election, I believe. And of course, for the most part, people that actually won majority of the Senate seats under Labour Party, where I think Abaribe said that I'm one of the beneficiaries of IREF, because in real time I was able to see as my result is entering, and of course you can also see the image of the results in the polling unit. And of course, for anybody, it might be easy for anyone to tamper with numbers. Tampering with image is another level entirely, where you have to now falsify what has been written and snapped. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
You're cracking up.
What do you say?
We're cracking up. Actually, I didn't really get
Oh wow, the thing is breaking. Africa in the box, you're breaking. I can't get your audio.
and unmute, mute and unmute.
Oh wow, I can't get your audio. Please check. Let me private. Wow, wow. IREF. Okay, yeah. Let me add Africa in the box again.
I think it's
Can you
just
hear me now?
I've just reloaded this my
You are still breaking. But well, maybe we should just
yeah,
proceed. The audio is still breaking. But maybe we should just proceed. Edo Pikin says IRF has audit logs and you can't just hack results in one place. You have to alter IRF, every Beaver's device, and the EC8 forms to match. Yes. So you have mentioned three things: IRF, Beavers, and EC8 forms. And I want to check something. If I'm the one breaking, I want to check if I'm breaking from this side of things. Let me use my device to check. All right, please, 1 minute. Let me check if I'm breaking. I want to check something. If I'm the one breaking, I want to check if I'm breaking. I am not. I'm not. I don't think it's from my side. It's not from my side. I think I'm coming out clear from my side here. It is Africa in the box, whose network is very very So yeah, you've mentioned three things. The high rev has audit logs. All right, and there's Beaver's device, and you can call it Beaver's machine also. That also has its own timestamps attached to everything that is being sent there, and the EC8 forms that the electoral officers. The electoral officers also write the manual collated. Of course, we are going to not everything is just computer. Thank you so much for that feedback. Edo Pikin. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate. All right, the Beavers is there, the IREF is there, and of course EC8 form that is also very much manual. Is manual. Not to even mention all of the paper ballots. People have voted in it. They also contain and store that also for audit purpose. So the exact thing that this electronic transfer does is to take away the transition error that usually occur in our election. And of course, it's very, very important, because the problem is why there's need for a solution. The problem is this: people don't vote finish. All right, they don't vote finish. They don't count the votes finish. They don't record them into Form EC8 or any other forms. All right, what happens is that they'll now move the whole thing to a room, just in the name of transmitting it to the state, and of course the state also transferring it to National Coalition Center. it is in those transition points that the figures now become, they alter the result. They will come alter and even thumbprint. One person will just thumbprint anything that really serves the interest of whoever wants to rig the election. So that is usually the problem. But the whole electronic transmission, they take picture, they send picture, they send numbers, and of course there's also a paperwork. So what happened is that the paperwork will just be in terms of verifying, which is also very much debatable, let's face it. Because if you are going to make paperwork the authority or superior to the software that is being uploaded, anybody can make an argument that, well, the software has been altered, the soft copy has been altered, they have altered the numbers. But I am finding it difficult for, if they are going to alter the numbers, are they going to also alter the soft copy picture that is also being uploaded? Because that is a game changer as far as I'm concerned. Because it is that soft copy number that can also, when it gets to the high ref, there will also be, some level of taking in that data in image form, inputting it in the system and uploading in real time. That is the whole idea. It's not as though now immediately the data they get into the IRF is uploading by itself. There will also be a team of experts on the ground at the back end doing all of this, tallying and collation that will be uploaded. What people will be seeing in real time is just the image of the result in polling unit by polling unit by polling unit. And of course, people can also be doing their own calculation. But there will be a central base whereby, as they are getting the image into the system, they are writing it down in accurate form and they are sending it to the viewing center, a national viewing center that can be replicated in an app. The counting will just be counting as far as each candidate is concerned. It will be counting, and of course, these things is not rocket science. It's not too difficult to achieve. We live in a digital world. And of course, as Edo Pikin has said, IRF has audit logs and you can't just hack result in one place. You have to alter IRF every BVAS machine, because all these BVAS machines, they also form some form of blockchain technology, such that you can actually encrypt those devices, or perhaps if this one can be hacked, you can get devices that cannot be hacked. And of course, I am looking at a scenario whereby we can make use of what we already have to maximize and to get the best and the most accurate results that we can get. All right. Manipulation during transmission. All right. With strong safeguards, results could be altered en route or fake results injected, undermining transparency and allowing collation stage interference, a key worry in places with history of electoral dispute. But I think in this case, I'm still looking at the possibility of altering a soft copy image that is being taken from the polling. Basically, the card is the device. Snap the result from EC8. How is any hacker going to hack that image that is being transmitted? And of course, we all know how we used to transfer or send a picture, the soft copy of receipt. The soft copy of receipt, or perhaps even image. If we snap something from a book, we go snap them and send them to any recipient. All right. And I'm looking at the possibility of now anybody now intercepting that. What can be, it's almost instantaneous. So how are they going to really alter it? Or perhaps are they going to use their own pen to rewrite it, the soft copy that has been sent to a national database? Because they have to factor all of these things as possibility, but I've not seen any possibility of any major hack. All right, if they are going to do that, it will take them so much time, And it is in those times, the people that are doing the real work have already tabulated the real result that is coming in. So I think this thing is not within the realms of it's not something that is impossible. It is something within the realms of possibility. And of course, anything done with the aid of digital means is achieved faster and more efficiently based on history. Anything done using computer is by and large by logic. If you want to try or you had to calculate something using calculator and calculator and with using your head, which one is more stress-free? Which one is more faster? So it's very, very easy to really determine. And of course, some of the worries also is lack of full verifiability. Lack of full verifiability. I'm looking at some of the concerns of people because people have expressed so much concerns about this thing. And of course, it's important for us to highlight it and look at whether or not these are legitimate concerns or flimsy excuses. And you have to really take a look at it from that from that light. Real-time uploads might not guarantee 100% accuracy if not paired with paper records or audit. Some argue it creates false sense of security without preventing all tampering. All right, so that is just it. Because if you are talking about paper audit, people can actually vote and there's recording of votes and there will be a thumbprinting of the vote that will be different from what people have done on the polling unit. And all the corporates that have done this alteration have to do is that they say that they have to rely on paper evidence. Even though nothing has happened to the electronic transmission, or perhaps the soft copy is the real reflection of the will of the people on ground. They can just quickly assume that the soft copy has been interfered with, the soft copy has been altered. But I am seeing possibilities here with this old image snapping of a thing. Then you snap image and you transfer it to a database, and of course there will just be a team of people that will just be inputting the data accurately into the system, and the system collates and tallies everything together. And the pictures will be there for everybody to see, for them to also do their, because there'll be parties will also have situation rooms. Parties will have situation rooms that they can have access. They should be able to have access to the high ref too. So, and of course, there will also be cross-examination because all the party agents will also transfer what is in the polling unit. They will also transfer it to their situation room. So situation room can collate with what is entering the IREF, and they can make comparison and raise flag of discrepancy. Because when you have someone on the ground, are you going to deny that person also has altered it when he has snapped it? And of course, the snapping also have timestamp. Go into your phone now. Every picture you have there, every video that you have recorded, every picture that you have taken has a timestamp. And cannot be altered. You cannot alter timestamp now. And you cannot doctor what is inside the picture. All right. So although we live in a world whereby people can just really edit, but it will be very difficult. And of course, where I will also want to really emphasize honesty here from all players. From all the players, because if any system is compromised by dishonesty, it can be compromised from every angle. But it seems as though we are just a bunch of dishonest people. That is why we have this old trust issue. Thank you so much. Edo Pikin says, looters have a vested interest in preventing free and fair elections. Yes, looters have a vested interest in preventing free and fair. And of course, many would argue that it is the reason why they are vehemently against this old transmission. And it is the reason why they are making arguments that are lame, such as the one of Ojus Okalu that says there's no network, there's no internet network in his village. And of course, many people have debunked and basically cross or fact checked him on that is actually not true. That in his village, there are those that are using internet network there without any problem. That internet coverage, in fact, 4G network is very much in his village. So he has been debunked. So which now raises any question that, well, why would he lie if he doesn't want to really rig, or if he's not a beneficiary of rigging? It's a legit question. Why would our politicians lie blatantly? Or perhaps Remi Tinubu, who voted against electronic transmission in the last election when she was still a senator, she voted against it. And you now begin to wonder if there is still no electronic or perhaps internet connection in Surulere, or where is it even representing in Lagos State? Is representing one place in Lagos, and you now be wondering, is there still no internet connection in Lagos? Or was it even rely on internet when we can use other electronic means? But perhaps what is the game changer for me is that taking of pictures of the results and uploading on the IRF. That is I like that one, because I am not seeing any easy means of tampering with it. And I'm not seeing any easy means of tampering with it. And of course, I'm also making an argument that if you want something of this great importance, then you assemble the best team. You assemble the best team, the best cyber security team that will be responsible, and they will give account of their service to the people. And of course, they will also be cross-examined by senior tech gurus. All right. Africa in the Box, you're welcome back. Yeah,
Challenge
Africa in the Box.
accepted civic
You
space.
you're welcome back. Yeah.
Challenge accepted civic space.
Challenge. Which challenge? I
He
challenge you.
said the picture that you still don't see how they can tamper with it.
Okay.
So did you remember the last election? Do you remember what
I'm
happened?
talking about easily tampering with it, such that how can they really tamper with 178,000 pictures? Let's put it, because putting something in perspective really does matter. If you are to look at like just a few pictures now, for instance, you can tamper with people. We are doing like 178,000, and of course, every election we have already determined that we have to look at by and large overall results. Not that there will not be glitches, not that there will not be attacks, but you have to look at the overwhelming majority of the security of the people's. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm saying.
Did you remember what happened during the last election?
Okay, what happened? Maybe you should take us down the memory line. Yeah.
What happened during the last election was that the National Assembly results that was uploaded via Beavers actually reflected with speed of light. It reflected. However, for the presidential candidates, they were delayed. So now, this delayed should have been captured in the so-called IREV logs. So why didn't they use that to checkmate those results? Because the delay actually allowed them to go ahead with the manual results. You get what I'm saying? So the shortcoming there is that it can be delayed, and unless they put in the law somewhere that they should state it that delayed, since we have a log, we have IREV log, right? Any delay You know, I don't even think they can be in it can be in the law because but they can be delayed usually, right? So
But this delay we are talking about here, is it a superficial delay? Is it a natural delay, or a delay that is just honestly technical delays, or is it actually man-made? That's what we
of
have to
course, I thought that
determine.
was mom. So still, as in, and I love that question, right? There can be a lot of elements to it. You cannot tell me that sometimes they cannot be delayed due to maybe technical glitches. But I think those delays were majorly fabricated, and there's a way to know all these things, right? But then I don't think we are ready for that. But I'm thinking the delays were
But
fabricated.
there's indeed a way of determining whether or not this is actually artificial, or perhaps
No, it's
just
even artificial because
something.
why
Yeah.
did National Assembly election? Why weren't any delay? It reflected. But for the presidential election, there were delays. But however, even though we have I logs that can audit these delays, they didn't use it. But that delay allowed them to go over with the EC28 sheet. So that's what I'm telling you that see if you deal with thieves, right? If you deal with it, but right?
Now why people when people talk about, say, okay, let us use internet connectivity that is as the fastest that we can get. And of course people are making, and of course it's a solid argument, the fastest, most reliable internet connectivity anywhere in the world is Starlink,
Man, I
even in
wouldn't rely
Nigeria.
on
Yeah,
Starlink.
it's reliable. See,
No.
there's a
Of course,
people
internet
have
wise, yeah. But bro, if you the internet you use,
is the best you can get in Nigeria. Yeah, go
yes,
and
but the
ask
internet,
out of.
see, don't you
Hmm?
know? I'm not an IT guy, but the internet, the Wi-Fi that you use
Yeah.
have access to you. So all these
No,
things you have, it has access.
Starlink has its own decoder, literally. It has its own interface, and every polling unit can have it such that they are connected to it, such that there is nothing like any delay.
No,
Once you want to
but
upload, you
not the only
upload, and
dealer
it.
they talk now. You
Hmm?
want to expose
Yeah.
yourself to Starlink, Elon Musk, Wi-Fi. Are you sure you want to do
No,
that, bro?
no. Okay, see,
You
we are
trust
okay.
technology, so
Are you already protected from Elon Musk? Are you protected from it? If you
I
want to
don't need
hack,
it. There's nothing to be
if
so
he if he wants to
there is
hack you,
nothing
won't
he
he
can
hack you?
steal from me. That's what I'm telling you. There's nothing.
No.
Tell me how much I
Okay.
get. How much I
Okay.
get when he wants to.
What is his own interest? What would be Elon Musk's interest of stealing Nigerians election data? Really?
This guy is tied to the president
Let's
of
look at
United States.
let's look at the publicity. Let's look at the
Exactly.
plausibility. Yeah,
The possibility
the
here is that he's
plausibility. Yes.
tied with the president of the United States. United States will use that to impose stupid ass policies or not. Our own president will take it because he wants it to be rigged. I'm telling you,
No,
man, not
no.
be IT guy.
If
You
I'm talking about people's, we're talking about people's will. Yeah,
okay?
people's will. They are voting for certain people. All right, and of course, you are looking at transmitting that people's mandate in record time.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about speed, and of course, time is a factor here. And of course, we have already established that one of the reasons why the previous election was mad with so many irregularities, and of course, person where they talk to at all the gate can argue that he win the election. It was because of this. They give him ground to really make that argument that they rig him out of why did they turn off the IREF? Why did they delay the result? They are
Mm-hmm.
giving me enough legitimate reason to doubt, but they're looking at a time factor kind of zero by when election is being uploaded, it reflects in real time. And anybody that want to tabulate and perhaps every party will have situation rooms that they are even taking in what their party agents are sending to them, and they are comparing what is entering the IRF, and they can also have access to the IRF, and they can cross-examine. Everybody is cross-examining together. We can checkmate one another, and that is why this whole connectivity thing, I
Where
think,
is
is
the
a welcome
situation room?
development.
Where is the situation
Yeah.
room? Is it in the collation center or at the polling unit?
No, every party will have their own situation room. Normal now.
Okay.
Even AAC gets situation room now in the past election. Labour Party will have
But
their own situation room.
the situation
Um,
room, they
they
depend
will
on
also have a central situation. Of course, now the
they
IRF
depend
team
on
will
the
have their own
data
situation
they
room.
get.
Hmm?
They depend on the
Yeah.
data they get from that polling unit. So it's like so if you have your own results, so yeah, now my okay, let's say that you use Starlink now, right? So the image of the
No,
EC2
we
will
are talking
come.
the electoral umpire. They are looking at the best case scenario. The electoral umpire is relying on the best connectivity, which we are looking at Starlink as a case study,
See, I'm telling you that
which is the
Starlink is even
best
a higher risk because
internet.
you can't trust that guy
Hmm?
that is there. You can't trust him. See, he
See,
might not
I am
intercept.
saying,
Let me tell
okay,
you something, bro. Let me
when
tell you
you're
something.
having business with somebody, you don't do it from the point that you trust the person. You're
Not the
looking at it from the
business they do
standpoint
with
of
X, where they don't let us speak. Let me tell you something,
hmm?
right? They might not do anything in this election because they have no reason to interfere. All of the front runners in this election, I mean, there are people
So are you saying if the overwhelming population of the people voted for, let's say, Mr. Peter Obi, as the noise around him is just too much now, if the overwhelming population of Nigeria said that the person they won't vote be this, are you saying Elon Musk can twat it and say, okay, he want to intercept it and really
see,
twat the will of the people?
see,
If that is the people's will,
See, let me tell you something, guy. Let me tell you something. If I was, because so you know Elon Musk now, it go be Trump because they be party. But if I was Trump, if Peter Obi wins this election, I won't tamper with him because both of them will dance to my will.
so
Both Trump.
if people say they won't vote for Sure, they will tamper with
Now
it.
where the problem they? If they vote for Showore, they go tamper with him. Because they
Why?
know see
Okay,
this guy.
okay. No, but this is where auditing now comes in. This is where you now begin to say, okay, what are the measures in what the system has it
Why they
provided
know
enough
audit last
enough? Wait,
election?
what do you say?
Why they know audit last election? You think if they had audited last election, they would have
No,
found
we see
something?
we have gone
Guys,
past that.
they won't give you anything for audit.
No,
They're the
they
one in
have to
charge of
see.
it. They
That
won't
is
give you
why
anything for audit
that
unless it's
that is see.
revolution. That's what I'm
This is
saying. It
the
is by election.
this is the
And
reason why.
maybe we don't they use Starlink. You get me? We don't they use Starlink in our election. We can't be Showore. So people voted massively for Showore. And of course, some people will vote massively for other candidates too. Because they like people like capitalists a lot. Now I'm telling you, if you use Starlink, if you use this method, Elon Musk, Trump, if Trump now still the president or whoever the president
So
is, they go
they
make
will
sure
change
say
the results such that the person where they want I ain't go
they
win.
go make sure what they just need is to
And
just create a
that
counterfeit
will now make me
of the
ask you
picture.
now that is this system as we have explained it now, does it not give room to expose that thwarting of people's mandates? Does it give
Which
room?
system are you
This
referring to?
particular system of you have beavers, you have IREF,
Mm-hmm.
you have
Okay.
polling unit agents, you have
Okay.
Form EC8 where the results are being written. These are, and there's a reason why all of these things they. It is for the sake of cross examination of for independent. Apart from, let's forget about INEC. You on your own, if you want to monitor that election, that means that you can actually take data from the people on ground to really tabulate and of course there will be independent verifiers all across the world that they will do their own. They will not even rely on the provision or perhaps the system of
See, we don't talk like this.
yeah.
So independent verifiers where they work for the
No,
imperialists.
no, no, no,
And
no.
if they want to,
We can't make that argument that all the verifiers are working for the imperialists.
so where are they from?
They'll
Where are
be
they
indeed
from?
be
Are they
independent.
from your
Okay, when Sahara
they are from
reporters
Europe, they are from America. Where are they from?
when Sahara reporters actually did their own independent because let's cast our mind back to 2015 when Sahara reporters was like they did their apart from they did not even rely on INEC. This was a very I don't know how they do it. They released the result of the election before INEC released their own result. That was, and of course, people were looking at Sahara reporters' results even before INEC release. That is, can we say that Sahara reporters is actually an imperialist machine? No, there will also be independent investigative journalists that
what I'm
will be
saying is
very much putting infrastructure in place to look at how they can get hold of the real data on the ground data. Can they do it?
Civic,
They
what I'm
can
telling
do
you,
it. Can they
Civic,
fund it? They can
what I'm
fund
telling
it.
you is that, what I'm
Some
telling you is
people,
that if they want,
some investigative journalist platforms, they don't mind spending millions of dollars to be able to have, and of course, that will also the people who want to have credibility, and of course, they want to have
but Civic, not be those people get mouth. All those people
no.
they go, waiting journalists go do. Listen to
Waiting
me
give.
now. Waiting
Okay, let me listen
journalists
to you.
go
Let
do
me
now.
listen
Be
to you.
say
Hmm?
waiting journalists go do now. Make them publish am. See, bro, last election, if they don't
But
audit
at
am
least
for real,
the question will now
listen
be:
now, my
are they
brother.
publishing the
You and I
truth?
know.
Hmm?
You and I know. Say last election was rigged. Everybody talk am. Even the independent, whatever you call them, they know. But the
Even
people
person
we organize am.
no. See, I'm not going to take that one in. You know why? People will talk say they win. They were not able to prove beyond every reasonable doubt
That's
that they
what I'm
actually
telling you.
lost.
So
So how
exactly
do you
because you
explain
know
that
what
kind of
you know why
losers?
they weren't able to prove.
Why?
You know why they weren't
Hmm?
able to prove because the organization involved in it who go give them the data where they go use tie their neck. You know when Peter Obi they use 25% for Abuja, nobody fit prove. At the data are there. If you talk say this data no did that selection to prove say this election was rigged, na lie.
I
Data are there.
okay, wait. Data that was available.
Data day,
Hmm.
picture day, polling units where the people where they collect ballot box day.
But my question is that were they able
But
to?
when
No, in every election there will be people that want to. There will be malpractice now. Normal. There will be malpractice. What I'm saying is that are they those proof that they have? Are they sufficient enough to determine the election's results?
that's the
That is
thing.
what any
The data
investigative
from that
person.
IRF,
Hmm?
the data from that IRF that you need whatsoever to actually prove that okay, fine, this election was a sham.
And the person will
The
carry thought
guys
na him win.
involved, the guys involved, no go release them. If they go release them, they go create counterfeit of that result, give you now. So now we to be say, bro, now why we say if you go up, go down, a revolution to tie these people down, say these people we don't vote for this man, no.
No, but
Even though you give us, even
people can tell you that
even though you
revolution
give
can
us,
be in form of a ballot situation now. Really,
exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's a revolution through the ballot box. Like to say that if we voted for this person and you try to tamper with it, even show us a fake audit log, we go stand because say now we vote for him and because say we plenty pass you now. You understand? That is the revolution where they there. But because say you just vote, go sit down for your house, say make they use audit log, make they use anything, counter, malayi, they don't go use them. Now, the way we vote, we can't stand say, now this man we vote for. I don't care everything I want bring come. Now this man enter. Now the way the revolution they be that. Now when the revolution via the ballot box they be that. Because now don't vote and you go stay and make sure say this vote, even though they tamper with them, even though they do anything, this vote go stand.
but,
You know understand?
yeah, I understand. But every candidate have their own they have their own loyal supporters that can also make that same claim. Tinubu supporters can also stand say na them also win. They don't want hear, and that is why this whole proving beyond every reasonable doubt is very very important because every of
See,
these
my brother,
candidates.
revolution, you know something about revolution is numbers. You see, if you know revolution numbers, if you want to look at definition of revolution, right? First, there have to be a change in regime. Two, it has to involve significant number of the population. If the three candidates, their people, their supporters don't go fit do am. Because bro, if you read the election,
But
you don't get the
that
population
is red.
stand.
There's a difference between rhetoric and reality. With the look of things in Nigeria right now, say if you talk, say there's enough significant number of Nigerians that really want to vote for a revolutionary leader.
Now what you talk say we never reach there now. Now why me they follow you here and say we never reach there?
Okay, now since we never reached there, can we now make a strong argument, all right, that the election results, all right, will it be legitimate for the revolutionaries to now say, well, this election, we are going to disrupt, or perhaps if actually it is true that the majority of the people actually still want their oppressor in power. All right. If majority of the people, don't forget, if the majority of the people still want their oppressor in power, will it be legitimate for any group, including the
No,
revolutionaries,
now
to
there can't
really
be revolution if the majority of the people want their oppressor in power. There can't be any revolution. That's not
exactly. And of
revolution.
course, that is why
Yeah.
any election result or any electoral process that we want to go into must actually have the what is near to accuracy as much as possible. You cannot have 100% accuracy. That is not, it doesn't happen anywhere in the world. But something near accurate. And of course, the reason why many people welcome Adege is when many people are saying that, well, let
Now
us,
they gave you
and
that.
Adege
Me,
give that to na
me.
irumole.
Now you money where they chow akara, that's
Idan buruku. So that is how it is. So for you to really have something as close to accurate, you have to have an hybrid system, as you have said. But we all know that if you are to compare analog or manual system, which system seems to make strong arguments for efficiency, speed, and accuracy? Is digital. Digital would carpet analog in terms of speed, efficiency, accuracy in any way, shape, or form. So that is not why you have to not the reliability of that digital system also it's in question now because it can be hacked. So now you
Now
now
by
begin
the
to
thing.
have that argument that if it can be hacked, can we have experts that will prevent that hacking? Can we have systems or architect? Can the system be designed such that it becomes fortified enough to prevent hacking?
To be honest, I'm going to tell you what. You
Yeah,
see, that iRev
yeah.
and Beavers, the way the designer in good. The only thing we say, if for say we get network coverage, we say they don't sound like. Because I dey look at you where I don't look at you because my phone now audio. I look at you when you talk say person talk say network no dey in village. One person come talk say network dey in my village. I just dey laugh you, bro. When I dey Malete, I dey tell you, when I dey Malete, network we know as network dey move on Malete, and network dey move based on the mast wey dey. I tell you, those masts we get masts wey fit cover the Malete, but no be all masts dey get power. And because of from morning to afternoon, the mast wey dey close to school, na him go get network. For an evening, the mast wey dey far from school, na him go get, na that mast they go switch on. Those masts wey dey on 247, and they use that one minimize their own power. And they look like me say, some person talk say, and I talk and say, person talk say, you get, because one person talk say you get network, no mean say another person get network. If it the distance, well, if it be small distance, but it matter. But the thing we say, you know, even late now. If we want get good network today, we go fit get am. But say this current government wey I dey see, so they go use that as their own excuse. You go just see say during their election, they go talk am. Nothing when I go. They go talk so yeah, 50% of places no get network. Oh yeah, use EC28 form. Use nothing. Oh yeah, all the time. Not waiting all these people go talk.
And it is the reason why many people are proposing Starlink because you
No, I need
cannot
your Starlink.
remotely. For instance, now
You love
wait,
Elon Musk,
wait, wait.
so I don't agree. You
No,
Elon
no,
Musk don't
no,
give
no.
you money. No. He
Wait.
don't give you money. He don't give you money. You dey promote Starlink.
You raised a point. No, wait now.
Let us speak for space. Now why
Jokes
you come
apart.
here so? Now why you come here so? Cause
Jokes
let
apart.
us speak for space. So you got Starlink. I don't agree. I know. I don't agree.
I don't die. For me, what that guy. For me, water. But because the reason why, see, the all of the local network providers, the Airtel, the MTN, Globalcom, and of course the Nine Mobile that we have now, these are locals, the indigenous ones. All right, people are saying by and large, and they have raised a very legitimate point that they are in the pockets of the politicians. All they need to do is just to tell them, just give a call to the IT people, make una turn off, or perhaps disconnect all the masses. All right, or perhaps let some be partially, functioning when others are failing. They can make that, but in terms of the Starlink provision, that is to a large extent beyond their control because it's a global satellite-based internet provider. So it is really beyond a call away that they can actually say, and there's no switch off. They can switch off from the database of Elon Musk, because it is a company that is providing network coverage all over the world. So if you have to compare, and of course, it is still within the realms of possibility for them to make the call to Elon Musk, or perhaps strike some level of shady deal. That is also plausible. Anyway, I'm not removing that out of the table. I'm saying, if you have to compare it with the local network providers, who do you think is more harder to reach in terms of turning off the network, connectivity? It is easier for them to liaise with the locals than for them to liaise with an international, global, reputable internet provider. And of course, there's no. Okay, say something. Yeah. Please continue. Please jump in. You never unmute your mic.
Unmute.
Oh, I just say I don't unmute my mic. Liberation, as they talk, I just dey laugh for inside my mind. I just dey laugh. Elon Musk.
I've been making a land before. Okay.
Abi, you want land?
Hey, I want land, maybe because it's the final difficult to even the final difficult to tune in. I think that you don't downloaded already, but never downloaded.
I did load.
Oh yeah.
I did. You know why many things don't dey inside your head? You know, how you want to
start from somewhere. We go understand.
First way they bust my head now, say, they really believe, say, you as we are, first of all, we're arguing about INEC. INEC, the INEC chairman, who appointed him? Tinubu.
Yeah, Tinubu appointed him. Yeah.
That alone is enough to not allow us have this election in the first place. I won't fight you. I go pay referee. I go bring referee from my family house. If you come, make him call ref the match. I won't fight you. I go bring referee. First of all, that one no go allow Nigerians win. Whoever thinks that they are going to win. Now let's discuss this e-transmission something.
But many people can argue. Let's do it one by one. For instance, now Jonathan brought a referee in court. Good luck, Jonathan. While participating in an election that is part of and is an incumbent, he brought a referee, and of course, he lost that election. How about that? Many people can make that argument. Yeah.
Good. They can make the argument, but you must consider other things as well. And this is now, I even like the fact that you have brought this up, because now let's get into considering other things. How many state governors does APC have in their pockets? How many state governors does APC have in their
PDP
pocket?
also have the majority of the governor. As at the time that
only one criteria. Now many criteria.
But let's just do it one by one. As at the time that Jonathan also did.
How many governors does APC have now currently?
I think they have 29 governors. 29.
They have about 29, 30 actually. 29, 30.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, that I want. At the time where we say PDP lose, them too, they get more governors. But how many did they have? I think they had about like 16 or something, or thereabout.
So I think it's 18 to 19 governors, yes. But they had the majority governors, yes.
But they were close. They were close in number.
Yes,
very close.
Yes.
So okay, there's nothing. Basically, they had the same amount of governors, more we could say, more or less. Now, who appointed the Inspector General of Police? According to our election, illegal IGP. Who appointed him?
Yeah, Tinubu. And of course, when Jonathan was in power, Naim appointed. Every president have always been appointing their IG now. No. It's a tradition.
No problem.
Even Jonathan also appointed his own IG.
Yeah. I agree with you. But they look, say,
and many people can even make arguments that during some previous government, like in terms of Obasanjo, there was this IG that was called Tafa Balogun that was actually being prosecuted by EFCC, and that prosecution led to his imprisonment. That was even far more than the standard that you have now. All right. So many people can make arguments that
Because this IGP
Because
is, first of
in
all,
terms of
let me
integrity,
tell you why this IGP is of far less integrity. This IGP is supposed to be a retired man. True or false?
yes.
He's supposed to
It
be a
should.
retired man. So he owes Tinubu more. He should be in opsis. He should be asleep. He should be almost he should be in the retirement home. But now he's active, making more money. You understand? So he owes Tinubu so much for that kind of thing. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Right?
I do.
Then now look at the financial capacity that will be involved as well. Look at the financial capacity that will be involved. The person you're running against has 30 governors. The person you're running against appointed the INEC chairman, appointed the referee, appointed the person who is going to be looking at the, what did they call them for football? When you play wrong, this thing, they won't check out. What did they call them?
Linesman or VAR.
No, VAR. He appoints the VAR guy. He appoints the main referee. Now they pay the rent for the stadium when I won't play that ball. Everything. Now he invites fans, make fans come watch. Go. You won't tell me say you won't win that person. Now let's not even get into that, because that, like, they already know that they have a lost cause. You know. Now let's get into the transmission in itself. How does this election transmission thing work? You go to the polling unit. It's still going to be manual thumb printing. Will it not be? Manual thumb printing. You thumb print manually. You know, you go at the end, they bring out everybody's something, they count it. Abi? They count it, they share it, they put the number down, and then they snap it and transmit it. But that's how it's supposed to go. They transmit it, and as soon as they transmit it, IREV, I don't know how they'll collate it over there, but they'll shall put all the numbers together. How else do they want to guarantee us that, you know, this thing will not be tampered with? And it's not as if it's even mandatory. You know, it's not mandatory. You know, it's not mandatory for them to transmit it. They say if there's network.
Yeah.
They say if there's network, transmit it.
That clause. They don't put that clause there. So if
there's network, transmit it. So
it is that clause that people are really. It is that clause that people are really tackling. That why would you put a clause that if there's network, when you can actually provide or perhaps make provision for network to be uninterrupted? Because that means that you really have a mischievous intention.
How do they want to do that?
Of course, they can
make that network stable.
There
are places in Nigeria that we don't have network. People know that, first of all.
You can outsource that connectivity to companies that have repute of uninterrupted connections. And of course, that is where the issue of Starlink comes into the whole discussion. Because at the end of the day, if you are going to use even the local networks, this local network also, they are run by foreigners. They're not run by locals. At the top echelons of these local, so-called local telecommunications, they are foreigners. And of course, when they are foreigners there, many people will argue that they are foreign interest there. But the thing is that
I am looking at foreign interest. It's not even about foreign interest. When is the election? The election is in 2027.
Here. Yes.
You expect them to bring this entire infrastructure into play in how many months?
No.
This entire project.
I'm not. Starlink does not sponsor this show, so don't mind me. Starlink is already a global.
I'm not even talking about Starlink. That's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about Starlink itself. I'm saying that the entire process.
Africa
I'm into tech.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm into tech, right? I'm into tech, right? And if you want to start project, they don't just start a project. You know, project is not just started. You don't just decide that, oh, we want to do this and you just go ahead and do it. Right? First of all, budget must come out. Budget will be approved.
Yeah, budget is done day now. 1.something trillion. They don't approve.
Budget will be approved. Budget will be disbursed.
Yes.
Work will start. They'll start working on the project, trying to make sure that, okay, whatever they are building, if they are building a new product, if they are building a new service, it will be compatible with what is already on ground. And they go, that will take some time for them to put that entire thing together, planning stage, execution stage, building stage, testing phase, that entire process will happen in iteration. Even if they don't want to do a waterfall, we say they go just wait till the end, they go just do an iteration, they produce them small, they see how it go work, right? Before they get to the final product. Bro, first of all, I don't think the time is enough for them to build the infrastructure for that.
So
Between now and 2027.
you are saying it's not possible, even if let's just imagine that they are going to outsource the connectivity.
Yeah,
which
to someone
is
else.
the
Let's
most,
assume that they want to do.
yeah, this assume they want to outsource the connectivity. They don't trust the current infrastructure in place, the local connectivity of internet. They don't trust it, and of course, that is legitimate concern. Really, the internet connection, even in urban areas, is terrible. As we talk, as we do this live stream now, the internet will just feel shut down, and you have to reboot, airplane mode, everything for you to come back connected. But what I'm saying is that if there's provision, and of course, people are concerned about me mentioning Starlink, as if Starlink don't pay me. They never pay me anything. I'm just saying this is like Coca-Cola.
Let's use
like Coca-Cola now. If you mention Coca-Cola, it's not as if Coca-Cola is sponsoring you. Coca-Cola is the global brand. Let's face it, Elon Musk is a global brand. It doesn't have to pay anybody to popular. Elon Musk is popular already. So let's use using Starlink to provide network. Are you saying that it's not possible for Starlink to make their infrastructure available across all polling units with a contract of, let's say, 200? We have done our calculation. The exact money where you go take to provide connectivity to all polling units, we have over 178,000 polling units, and of course, we are looking at an infrastructure that will cater for every polling unit for the ease of transmission of results.
I want to ask a question. Do we already have the functionality to transmit results? Like, do we already have that? Okay. What we're talking about now is
they are configured in such a way that you can transfer or transmit results to a central base that is the high ref. That is that one don't deal, right? Yeah, it's already existing. That one did.
The only thing now I say they won't just bring
that connectivity. Now that connectivity no day.
In that case, the
connectivity no day.
The connectivity can happen. But I'm just going to tell you my own concern. If I send you picture of your phone for WhatsApp, so if you say I not send you anything.
Yes, and I can also put system in place whereby, and you can also have system in place such that it can be both ends, such that if things enter my WhatsApp, even if I delete them, the thing goes still there on my phone. They are such a thing,
I agree. But the persons that you are telling to do this now are the people who are already, we understand the Nigerian electoral system.
And it can also, it will also show that Nami delete and not be you.
Yes.
That is the power. That is the power of digital stuff, because everything has a timestamp. Everything has a trail.
Can you tell me that this Beavers has that same integrity?
Yes, he has trail. Every
WhatsApp no day like you don't know. Now. I know. I believe that this is it. You are correct. Every digital transaction has a trail. But the people who are going to be like co-opting this process, that are supposed to be managing this process, refereeing this process, these people are people who are compromised.
Yes, these are legitimate concerns, and that is what people are saying. Oh wow, Adegias. Yeah, you're back. We lost you for 2 seconds.
I don't know what happened just now. The thing just
2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. You are back now. Yeah, please proceed. Yeah.
So I said these people are compromised already.
Yeah.
People who they are compromised. Like there's a reason why people are saying that we want electronic transmission in the first place. Who they rig election? Who engages in rigging of election? Is it the people that just voted, or is it the INEC officer that will be there now?
Many people will make argument that it's not really the INEC, that it is the politicians that really does this rigging.
Let me ask you a
But
question. If you are in a polling unit,
they really do
if
that
you are in a
rigging
polling,
in connivance. Let me clarify. They said they do that rigging in connivance with the INEC and security agents.
exactly.
Mm.
So that's what we're talking about
And
here.
that is exactly why they say that it is not necessary for us to now bypass all of these things by this because this old transmission is the clamoring for it is because
Who
the people
receives
want to
who receives
bypass.
what is transmitted on the other side?
It is still high neck. There's no doubt about that. But what people are saying is that it can be traced. For instance, now if ballot boxes are being manipulated, or voters people who don't vote for polling it, they throw away those one and they begin to thumbprint the one way they like. There's no way you can trace that one. That one no get traced. That one no get trail. But digital transmission of results, you can trace it. It is traceable. And of course, people are concerned about the interception because there are many words that are being used.
Exactly. Between where you transmit and where you receive.
There's potential for interception, there's potential for alteration, and of course, there's potential for denial of service attack. That is, when they transmit, for instance, from a BVAS, when they transfer them to IREV, it can be intercepted and perhaps attacked such that the system will reject it. The system will not take that data into it. And of course, you now begin to look at what it would take to make about 178,000 results, 178,000 data be rejected at the same time, or perhaps almost at the same time. It will take so much sophistication, and of course, it will take so much time for an hacker to be able to do this.
It's not about an hacker. This is not what I'm telling you is that it's not even about a hacker. A hacker does not even need to be involved in this. What they just need to do at INEC is to create a different work office, another work office, right? That is set to create another work office that is set to alter results the moment they are transmitted.
You know the game changer here.
And this is
because the system. Hold on. The system is designed such that okay. Can you hear me now? Godwin, can you hear me? I think Godwin is connected to us. Okay. Godwin, are you there? You can hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, Godwin can hear me.
Can hear you too. Yeah, Liberation. What are you saying?
Okay, I was saying the system, if you look at the overallness of this system, we have the BVAS, all right, a device. What that device does is to basically accredit you. You go stand in front of that device, and go snap your face. It go take some details, all right, that will verify that you are the very same person that is inside the card where you bring. There's a voter's card. Voters card day. Now that voters card that BVAS will take determine say you day for that polling unit, because that BVAS is configured to the exact polling unit, because that voter BVAS they don't configure to serve a particular polling unit cannot work for any other polling unit. That is how it is. All the thing
that's
is so.
That's not where the problem is. Liberation.
No. Yeah, I have just they explain to you all of these things. The garrison, why they explain to you. After that BVAS now, you now have agents, party agents for AAC, party agents for PDP, party agents for APC. We go also verify all of this process. Say mago no day. All right. And of course, after election, you now also have paper ballot where people go go and vote, say that the person where they vote for this. That is making the fourth system. We don't day for place now. And of course, there will also be a from EC8. Maybe say the INEC official, after they don't count the election finish, okay, AAC got this, PDP got this, APC got this. they declare the person will win for that polling unit. And of course, you will now write both in digital form into the beavers, and also he will now write in physical form into the form EC8. Where we say all of the polling unit agents, take note of all the polling unit agents, they are mandated to also, they go take picture. They go take picture of that from EC8. They will also request for a copy. They have that right to request for a copy. All right. So they also have their own way of tabulating or perhaps entering all of the data, which they will also send to their own situation room. AAC agent now, after he don't snap them, he go send them to his own situation room. APC also have situation room. He go send them to your, so that, and it is all of this whole process is designed in a way that every process is not, there's no mago. Then after that, they will now sit and look as the agent they transfer or transmit the result. The thing is a process. They will, after they don't come, they go show them, say, are you sure? Are you sure? It go show all the polling unit agents, say, okay, I am about to upload this result. All right. Are you sure? Are you happy? Then you will now press the upload. So the thing go load. It go upload to the IRF before you go leave that polling unit. So compared to the previous result, compared to the previous arrangement,
do you know what is the major proof? Like, let's say all these things can't happen. They can't go court, say they won't find out what is the highest validation.
The highest validation now according to Akpabio, the highest validation is from EC8. And do not forget, now the paper, yes. Yeah, paper,
so
yeah, paper.
Let me get this straight. Hold on. No, you're gonna land this land. Let me get this straight.
Okay.
You won't send me result.
Yeah.
You can't tell me, see, that paper, you go say, I know, okay, we are sending result to INEC. INEC can't tell us, see, this paper where people they normally use do corruption. This paper where people they normally change, right? This paper where people they normally change. Now it be the highest level of proof where we go get.
Now there you go hard. Where you go hard, they say they go. INEC will not have to tell us. They will have to show beavers what beaver is saying, because that beavers is already after they don't upload the result. The timestamp day, all of the digital footprint don't day for the beavers. So that is why people are not
saying. You're not understanding that. You're not understanding that. Wait till they talk now. Say wait till they talk. Yeah. Okay, let me just tell you. If not me, if they tell me this thing, say now what they won't do, and I be INEC chairman. Wait till I go do with this. This is what I'll do. I'll tell them, okay, we're going to do transmission, no problem, right? We're going to set up a parallel workstation. We're going to set up a parallel workstation. You know, say rigging, no, they happen. Rigging does not happen on the day of election. Rigging not happen before election. They come. Now they're going to let us know, say, okay, these are the number of registered voters in this location, because these people are aware of these numbers. You have to be aware of these people are aware of the numbers. These are the number of registered voters in these different locations, right? Bear in mind that most of the places in Nigeria, especially in the northern side of Nigeria, where election is really rigged, places where election is really rigged, there's no coverage, there's no like media coverage. Bear in mind that happens. Now, in those places, there will be rigging of election. First of all, there will be underage voters, as we have seen in multiple elections. There will be fake votes happening that will just happen in different localities in the north and in different places in the east and in the west that are not really covered with media. Those ones will happen on the side. They will get those votes. We're not talking about those ones that will be naturally rigged. We're not now talking about the places where there will be mob attacks, mob attack, because you know, say they go pay area boys. Certain area boys will come out to scatter different places, even up to Lekki. They do them last election. They do them for even the most posh areas. They do all those ones. Now, yeah, no problem. When those ones can't happen, you are talking about people who are looking at the numbers already, who have determined, okay, this is how much voters are in this location, in this location, in this location, in this location. This is how we are going to split the numbers. We already have we already have pre-established numbers that we would do for each location, estimates. They will get like maybe 2-3 estimates, right? You understand? How can you monitor the time of posting of each location? The BVAS is what says it, right? So they are the ones that determine in INEC what time this transmission was done and what time it was pushed out, and that is arguably a court against the same INEC again. So you see say the rigging is multifaceted. Now, why then they struggle? They do it, and they do now with all this, city boys, this, city boys that. They are trying to get normal people that will vote, and they have those people that will vote normally. Now, all they need to do is just a little rigging. Just a little rigging is what they need to do. How many localities do they have to change? They don't have to change all results. You know that. They let Peter Obi win so many places last election. They give him places where you think saying go shine. They give him Lagos, enjoy, chop Lagos. They go carry the northern sides. They carry all those places. These are people who they are aware of the numbers.
But funny enough, based on the rules in the Nigerian electoral system, you have to win, I think, 1/3.
Yes.
You don't if all your vote is concentrated in a particular region, all right, and that vote gives you the superior number. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have won the election. You have to have spread in most part of the 36 states of Nigeria.
I remember that one of the criteria for winning also is that you must win Abuja. Is that not it as well?
No, they said including Abuja, not that you must win Abuja.
Including Abuja. Did the presidency win including Abuja the last time?
No, it did not.
Okay.
And it's not the first person that even Buhari did not win Abuja.
I know, I'm just saying that's one.
Yeah.
Two. How many when Tinubu was winning his last election? Did he only win it in? This is why I would say it's a game of numbers. When you look at that election numbers, you would see the high margins.
He won more.
Wait. You will see the high margins. Yeah. What I'm saying is you will see the high margins in the north. And when he gets to the other states where he's losing, his losses were like this, small compared to him. And let's say if Peter Obi would have, like, let's say 2,000 votes, Tinubu would have 1,500 votes. So his margins of losses were small, but the margins of losses for the opposition against Tinubu in other states were extremely high. So he knows how to play the game of numbers, and he knows the places to win. Bear in mind as well that this man has 30 governors on his side also. Bear in mind as well that this man has 30 governors on his side. He is aware of the numbers. He's going to manipulate the numbers. Those governors are there to ensure that they hold his mandate. They are there already. There are already a lot of sellout Nigerians who are already selling out to these governors because they want to be a part of that, system moving forward. What Tinubu has to do is not much. Tinubu's work is not much to rig the election. It's very small work he has to do. Very small work. Very, very small work that they have to do to rig the election. We are making it look like, all other things that involve the election is, perfect. The only part of the election that is bad is when they just transmit the results. We have to look at it as in, think about it from your own point of view. I can't even hear you, Liberation. Sorry.
Yeah, because I never unmute. Because I never unmute. I think that is not what we are trying to project. What I'm trying to project is that are they measured? Because every elections are designed in such a way that you have measures in place to audit and cross-examine and expose any irregularities. And any form of manipulation or any form of subverting the will of the people. And I said it before, that in the last election, the reason why the person where they talk say carry third can make an argument saying win. Now, because the electoral umpire gave that, they made it a very strong argument for person where they talk in a third in carry, saying I him win. Because why did they turn off the IREF? why did the result got delayed all of a sudden when other results did not experience any form of hiccups? There
So
was
you
no
are seeing
hiccup.
all these things
No,
already. Look, just look at the turn of IREV.
yeah. So, so people are saying that okay,
So
in
now you
that
are telling me
case,
that the same people will not turn off something again.
yeah, that is why many people are now saying that all of this agitation should not be centered around transmission alone. It should not be. If
Yes.
you are going to have, if you are going to have a system or perhaps an election where what happened in 2023 will not repeat itself, there are so many things that have to be looked into or perhaps considered. All right, so that history will not basically repeat itself. But
Mhm.
it seems as though the agitators, the protesters, they are focusing on one particular side, just the which is also a very important, because that was the only complaint that INEC gave for one of the complaints anyway, because they also gave a complaint of Russian hackers that during the period of elections, the presidential elections, there were Russian hackers that bombarded the system multiple times, and that was what really
Let's hope that
necessitated them.
Let's hope that Russian hackers will not, bombard the system.
They,
But
they'll
let's
suddenly,
mind you,
they'll suddenly
mind you,
repent this time around.
mind you, my comrade. I just want to first clear your doubt that even if we use Starlink,
Mm.
Russian hackers can bombard that network.
Yeah, okay. This is why. See that this is why another debate.
Because
that,
even the US, as secure as the US is, they are
Yeah.
stealing their files.
Yes. What I'm saying is that
Shagori is a Frenchman. The Emmanuel Macron is already inside our country. In fact, what are we even saying, man? Bro, look.
that is the argument that people are now making, that okay, if there's vulnerability, because that's one of the concerns based on what I have seen here and I've read before in the earlier part of the space or perhaps the live stream, possible concerns about the electronic transmission of election results in real time primarily revolve around security, reliability, infrastructure, and potential for manipulation. And of course, I now went into some of the concerns: cyber security vulnerability and hacking risks, which also would mean that you now begin to look at, because people will make that argument that Oyinbo will do pencil, now in do eraser,
Bro.
now in do eraser, meaning that if there are hackers with there will also be cyber security experts that can actually mitigate or perhaps form a deterrence for hacking. Of course, in cyber security, there are those that are actually, their team is to basically repel attacks, because they will be anticipating. See, in every banks in Nigeria, they have cyber security teams. Their job, they spend waking hours repelling attacks, trying to anticipate attacks. And of course, the infrastructure of the banking system is designed such a way that if you are going to hack it, before you can get away with anything significant, they already intercepted you in real time. All right. And of course, unless you want to say that it is only the hackers that have superior hand, that there cannot be a possibility of a defense team also having their experts in place to defend. And of course, in the last election of America, in America, they said that they were Russian invasion in their election process, but they were able to contain it such that it does not override the overall result or perhaps the overall will of the people. And that is the whole essence of the whole thing, that you have to put systems in place such that if there's any breach, the breach is not significant enough to subvert the generality of the and that is just to assume, and as I've said, that is to assume that INEC is going to put up a solid team that is actually going to be they are going to be neutral enough, as their name, independent, That is making that assumption. All right.
So now
Yeah,
we now
please
ask
proceed.
ourselves
Yeah.
questions. Now we ask ourselves questions. Is INEC really independent? When the INEC chairman was put in place by the current sitting president, who has 30 governors. You see, politics is about what you can guarantee. Nigerian politics is about what you can guarantee. And what you can guarantee is based on your arsenal. As a politician who is thinking, or as a Nigerian, as a person who is thinking, who do you see more likely to win this election? It's about edging your bets. All politicians that are on both sides are they are making their bets. That if this side wins, I know that I'll get benefits. If this side wins, I know that I'll get benefit. That's how you first know that they are not for the people anyway. That's how you first of all know that they are not for the people. Now they are just placing their bets, Okay, that if this guy wins, this one win. The INEC chairman, do you think he believes that Peter Obi will win? Do you think, in fact, what is it in, like, what is in it for him? What is in it for him if Peter Obi wins? What does he stand to gain? If not loss of his job. Same with the Inspector General of Police. Same with most of the people in power today, the governors in power today. 30 governors are in straight the coalition with this guy, and they have to turn up. And best believe those governors will turn up. They will turn up. So those ones will rig on one end. INEC will rig on the other end on behalf of the presidency. Police will ensure that they, help, support, tactical support. Police go give tactical support. Agbero go come, scatter some different places. I'm telling you that the work that INEC has to do is very small work. If they want to rig through INEC, it's very small work they have to do. Because they would have gotten numbers already in different places. They just look at the locations that they have to deal with. They have done statistical work. These people, we underestimate them. We think they are not scientific. These people have done statistical work. They have numbers. They've looked at the numbers. I was talking with Kwame Sydney this morning. These are numbers that are available. I was talking with Kwame Sydney this morning. If you need to know how many people are registered in your place, the houses they are in, they will provide you with all the information. You can meet people. You can meet them. You can reach out to them. People that have not registered, you can go and meet them and tell them, please register. I'll register under our party. You can do that. You understand? So these people normally go rig election in multiple layers. The transmission is not something that can be guaranteed. Now, waiting Nigerians need to get for their head. That this transmission cannot be guaranteed. The integrity of this transmission cannot be guaranteed. The electoral process in itself is rigged to fail. It's rigged to fail. If to say that the people decide INEC chairman, that would be better. If to say that the people they decide INEC chairman, it will make sense. As opposed to president picking the INEC chairman in an election that he will be a part of. Come on. That's ridiculous. It's like we are just we are hoping by some stroke of luck that things will work in our favor. Now, what Nigerians they do with that, they hope say it's just another reform. It's just another reform. And you know what's funny? Do you know that they've already told you that that's if network is working. They've already told you that that's if there's network. And like I told you, to even set up all this network connectivity in all these villages that don't have network, all these local areas that don't have network, to set up that infrastructure alone will take some time. It will take some time. It will take some time. Now, it's another thing if these people will manipulate the network itself. That's another thing entirely, of which we cannot take it off them. They don't manipulate network, they manipulate power, electricity. Maybe some things need to be put on power for them to transmit different things. They will find a way off them for those different locations. maybe the transmitter, the internet connectivity need light, 24 hours light now, and we know we don't have 24 hours light in Nigeria. Now, why some, in fact, some in Nigeria, some polling, some INEC to the officers don't get to their polling units up until like 2, 1, 9. They will come so late when people don't go. So there are many ways this presidency will do. The INEC is already in on it. We know that. So me just feel like, say, you know, a bit of me say INEC is independent. The labor union and ASU are not putting in the work.
That's another angle. That's another angle. That's another angle. And of course, I beg, make I not allow water enter your nose. I beg. And of course, you have to welcome every angle. And of course, if you can, please pick up the I think, let me put up the link on the screen one more time. And of course, this conversation is for everybody. Please,
Mr. Abitemi,
yeah.
please come into the studio and tell us.
Babi, you have to really explain yourself to us in statistical empirical data. Why, Abby? You have to put statistics and empirical data to it. Why you believe that INEC is indeed independent? But many Nigerians would question the independence of INEC just by simple analysis of conflict of interest. And of course, that will bring me to reading the comments of the African Wahala, which says INEC is not independent, in quotes. The executive arm of government chooses the leadership of INEC. Babanla conflict of interest. And of course,
the viewers,
I think more than happy to agree with that.
the viewers are, these are right. We have conscious viewers on this.
But people will say these are.
I must commend you.
These are revolutionary. These are revolutionary viewers.
I must commend you. You know why I must commend you? I must commend you because people who watch this show, they learn from you. You have been able to conscientize people. Now, look at this, is a conscious person. Based on what the person has gained from this entire, exposure, based on what you do always put here, the person can think for himself and not analyze that. INEC is not really independent. He even goes ahead to even put what I did not even think about: conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. So how are we supposed to trust that? Even the people who have gone for protests to do, I know it is a step, don't get me wrong. It is a step in the right direction, towards it looks, and funny enough, my comrade, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I have a feeling that this thing was already in the Electoral Act of 2022. This transmission thing, was it not?
Yes, it was. It's just like before they wanted to toss away the transmission completely. That was what gave ahead that gave rise to the uprising. But now they are basically reverting. Yeah, they are reverting back to 2023.
It has been there. So
it has been there before.
Before. So this is not even a new functionality. This is not a new functionality. Why did it not work the first time?
Yeah.
Okay, they'll say because Nigerians did not know that they had that capacity. Okay, now that Nigerians know. Now that Nigerians know, you want to tell me that the same INEC, the same people who have been at the forefront of the rigging of the election, because in order for you to rig, for you to distort any paper, any from EC8A or D or C, there are different ones. In order for you to distort that paper, INEC chairman must give you paper. INEC representative must give you paper to distort. So the INEC representatives at the polling unit gone. These people are already compromised. They're compromised. So you can't, be, they say, how did they say? No man can be the judge of his own case. No, how did they talk for Latin? And don't forget, no more judo in Kasaswa. No man can be the judge of his own case. But in this case, we have a man being the judge of his own case. You know, the person that we announce the winner. So I don't see the process being any better. Now, what I'm happy about, like I've said, is that I like the fact that the protest happened, you know, because Nigerians need to start getting used to physical agitation. But this transmission of a thing, for Nigerians to suddenly think that this transmission would, you know, give them some edge. Well, it's a long shot. It's a long shot. Anything can happen, but it's a very long shot. That is how I see it from my perspective, my comrade.
Tinubu, Akpabio, and the rest of them will help us bring about a revolution in this country.
Yes.
No two ways.
To the wall.
That's what I'm happy about.
Yes.
Because they cannot escape it.
At all.
You can imagine just a simple request
Just simple.
to transmit election results
Electronically.
as it is happening.
Can't do it. Real time. Real time.
You know, I'm not even personally interested in transmission. I'm interested in electronic voting,
Yes. Right now.
where people can vote from their houses.
Exactly.
And the results will be reflected. It's not counting. It will be reflected as we are voting.
Yes.
Yes.
Because if you can send millions of naira from your phone, you should be able to vote on your phone. But I'm very sorry.
What do you think? What do you think about that? Okay, do you think that electronic voting, such that people can vote from the confines of their house, is a way to go? Or perhaps what will be your own? What will be your best case scenario? I want you to paint to us. Just show Nigeria your own recommendation.
Our best case scenario now.
That'll be foolproof. All right, that'll be foolproof. Really, yeah.
Foolproof is this. This is the best case scenario. Best case scenario is that the INEC chairman must resign. The INEC chairman must resign, first of all. That guy cannot be there. INEC chairman cannot be there. What we are going to do is that we're going to have a board. We're going to have a board of individual representatives from all parties that will be involved in that election in one central room, right? In one central room. All these people will be involved in, you know, making decisions about the elections. You know, they'll all be involved in making decisions about the election. And then there will be an entity, you hear me, Liberation, there will be an entity, an individual who is,
I hear you.
there'll be an entity, an individual who is non-partisan. Non-partisan. This is someone that will be elected by the people, or this is someone who already has a reputation for, you know, justice in the country. That would not be the INEC chairman, first of all. That person will be the INEC chairman. I'm talking about. This is my best case scenario that can happen for this current time, because the only solution really is the revolution. But if we're talking about this time, what we want to do now, say within this short time, what can we do? I will not tell us to waste our time. Let us just get an independent INEC chairman, first of all. Let's get an independent INEC chairman, first of all. First of all, get an independent INEC chairman. That will be the first thing we need. Once we have an independent INEC chairman, we have a general room where all the data for the elections are going into. And while it's going in there, we have representatives. This would be like what you call a situation room. It would be an INEC situation room. Representatives of each party that would be involved in the election will be in that situation room, reviewing things as they are happening in that situation room, following the results real time. This result will be broadcasted live as well. This result will be broadcasted live. As they are doing it, is happening live. Everything is going on live. We are reviewing it live. Right? Now, when we want to get to the voting side of things, now, the voting side of things. Any location that will be voting, there will be live coverage of that location. There will be live coverage of that location. Any location that is voting, there will be live coverage of that location. It will be broadcasting live. Live, there will be live broadcasts. They will be recording it live. They will record it from the point of, from morning. From morning, they will be recording from the point where the INEC official comes in, to the point where the INEC official signs, to the point where everybody has voted. This person will be recording at any location that is disrupted by talks, any location that is disrupted by police, the votes will not count in those locations. The votes for those locations will not count. It won't count. Once there's been disrupt, the vote for that location does not count anymore. As you are streaming it, as it's broadcasting everything that's happening in that location, as soon as live broadcast, we say, be waiting, go they broadcast, you can't hold cassette. No, once you cut the live is already on the website. Anybody can go and watch it, or anywhere to be somewhere watching live, right? We can even start setting up cameras at all polling unit now. We can start setting up CCTV cameras at all polling unit now, just to view the polling unit. This is broadcasted. The people in the INEC are already watching it in the situation room, making sure that everything is going online. So we can ensure what is happening on the floor is 100% legitimate. We can ensure that what's happening on the floor is 100% legitimate. And why I say we must broadcast it is the broadcasting people, or whatever is broadcasting, must be something that is this functionality for the day to broadcast. That is this functionality, because during election, people come with different big videos and posts and say, oh, see what happened in this location where nothing was happening. You find out that the video was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. No, let's be broadcasting. We will mix A4. We will mix A4 and technology together. A4 that happened in the time of MK Abiola, my comrade. We will mix it and technology together to ensure that what is happening on ground has integrity, and what is broadcasted or what has been sent has integrity as well. Because now we would have people on ground as a check, we would have live stream as a kind of independent referee that we can watch with our own eyes and know what happened there. Live stream will take account of from ECA 8 as well. People who are on ground will take account of the form as well, and then they can transmit it. Then they should transmit it. Then let's see from there. Then that situation room, people waiting for that situation room, they take account of the results that arrived in the situation room as well. So I feel like that might be better, easier. I don't know, but the best case scenario is a revolution. That's the best case scenario. But what I just talked about maybe can help.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, at the chop that time, no verse.
Enjoy.
I did the chop anyway. I never chopped since. So yeah, you have given many people will argue that there's still some touch of internet, reliance in your proposition, which actually gives some level of credence or perhaps credibility. Because talking about live streaming, talking about CCTV cameras and all of these things, it's about making sure that there's enough credibility in the
free and fair process happening on ground.
Yeah. And of course, with internet comes connectivity. And with connectivity comes those that would people that the company that are going to use to provide the connectivity. And of course, I think the major part of your recommendation would be coming from the standpoint of that institution itself, the electoral umpire itself, how they know who becomes the chairman of that particular institution, what credibility, and who appointed.
I would have said Sowore should be even if Sowore wasn't running now, I would have said Sowore should be the INEC chairman.
Of course, Yeah, you
We'll
can make
probably
that
have the
argument.
most. We'll probably have the most free and fair election that we've had in a very long time. If
Absolutely.
actually we've never had a free and fair election in Nigeria, if we're being honest, if we are looking at from 1960 to date, but nevertheless, carry on.
Yeah, and of course, you now begin to ask: are there other several Showores in Nigeria
Yeah.
that we can actually trace their records of honesty?
Integrity.
Because this is talking about honesty and integrity.
Yeah.
You know, that you allow the process to take its course without interfering with it, such that you now make it about producing what happens to be your bias. And of course, it is the fear that people are having about this old presidency choosing who becomes the INEC INEC president, INEC chairman, because that will put the credibility of that that election to question.
Of course, it's not something that you can take off the table. It's something that must be addressed. And the fact that people are shying away from it has just shown us what Nigerians always do. They shy away from the main problem, and they always want to negotiate with the devil. That is what I always find with Nigerians. They always want to negotiate with the devil. And these are things that if somebody else did it to them, they wouldn't take it lightly in real life. I mean, like if this happened with their fellow common man, maybe say two of us we get beef, you can't carry your person, make it can't settle the beef. Whose side will it be on in the first place? Or both of us are going for something, and then your family member is the one that determines who wins it. How can I trust that? Why can't we have someone neutral? Why can't we have someone neutral? If two people want to place a bet, they carry the money, they give them to a neutral person. That's what they be. If people want to wager on something, they will tell the person.
But many people would say that everybody would have some sort of bias. Even person with for instance, even the referee of matches, I would never want to agree with any argument that will say referees don't have favorite teams or perhaps have favorite players. And of course, there will also be, maybe by sheer coincidence, that they will have to referee a team that they have, that they love really. But it now brings the question of the issue of institution and rules of the game.
So you see, the institution is not credible.
And how the institution is not credible. Yes, and how honest the referee would be in terms of decision. Maybe say in go see penalty and blow penalty against the team, maybe say in this sympathetic or perhaps not even sympathetic, the game the team way in like. Maybe say in go see penalty, go throw away face.
Okay, make a
honesty. Yeah. Honesty will not be the center stage of the whole thing,
Of the whole thing. Somebody has bias.
Because as humans, we will have biases one way or the other. Right? For instance, now I get bias. I would have preferred AAC to take the center stage of our politics and remove all of these guys in power. But I'm honest enough to say, well, if the people still want to choose their favorite oppressors, maybe in form of lesser evil or greater evil, I think people's will should be respected. And of course, I don't have any issue. It has to be respected. And of course, I believe that is one of the things that would participate or add to our evolution as a people. Because the more you choose and keep voting in wicked people, the more your subconscious go to tell you, say you get sense. And of course, it will form your decision in the next elections. Well, of course, you can make argument that it is a delay and it's affecting some of us, really. But you have to still, it's real delay, really. So, but the reality is that electoral umpires should be able to play along with the rules. That even if in the worst case scenario that you have a chairman that would have bias towards his side, but at least the person will be able to allow the system to take its course without interfering with it. Such that if you put beavers and IRF in place, don't switch it off. Allow the transmission. Let the transmission take its course. Make people choose whoever that. Don't be say person will just receive call and say, okay, turn them off. and you
You see,
turn it
comrade.
off. Yeah.
Comrade. You see, comrade now. That now tells you the real problem. We've now been able to narrow down the real problem. The real problem is that the institution called INEC has a bad reputation, has a terrible sense, what's it called? Perception of integrity. Has a very, very ridiculous track record of inability to ensure any election that is free and fair. That is where the problem lies, because if INEC can ensure a free and fair election, even if it is an election where you don't have to transmit, it will still be free and fair. But INEC is not free and fair. So if INEC is not free and fair, it means that whenever you will negotiate with INEC to push for anything, INEC in its character will begin to develop plans to ensure that whatever you are working, whatever you think you are telling them to, is it not INEC that should be telling us that they want to enforce transmission? Are we the ones that will be telling INEC? If INEC is thinking straight, if INEC is thinking about being developed, if INEC is thinking about, if INEC is really thinking about safeguarding the people's mandate, if INEC is thinking about safeguarding the people's mandate, are we the ones that will tell INEC to implement transmission? Is it not INEC themselves that will come out and say, okay, you know what, we've been testing this, we've been working on this? Is INEC not supposed to be working continuously on improving our electoral exercise, on our electoral practice? Is that not their job? Is it Nigerians that will force INEC to institute more tight measures to enable free and fair elections? Is it not the same INEC that has always had this same capacity, this same capability since the last election? They did not use it in the last election. If they really wanted, if they could have mandated it then. This, I'm telling you, these are people who do not want the election to be free and fair. They do not want the election to be free and fair in the first place. So you see, all this is reform. Is reform. And like one of my comrades will say, reform is like patch. You just the patch. Say this particular tire must work. Instead of you to buy new tire, you patch the tire. Say this tire must work. This tire must work. And the crazy thing is that I can understand that if money no there to buy new tire, if you understand. But in the case of Nigerians, money there to buy new tire, my people. Like, we have the capacity to create a new country. But the only way it will be possible if we withdraw ourselves from these lies and self-deception that we participate in every 4 years, And the worst part of it is that we just come every 4 years to talk, shout, people in the opposition party of ADC, they that just joined, the obedience that just joined, they just joined the party and they are thinking that, they already have the mandate in the party and they will be the ones to supersede and superimpose on the people who have been in the party all along, or all of a sudden Tinubu is now reaching out, making city boys, 4 years, everybody just come alive. Oh, time for election. No, throughout the 4 years, we are not doing anything. Nigerians need to understand that they have the power, because I saw someone asked a question today on Twitter when I was scrolling, the person said, why can't we just impeach Tinubu? And I was thinking to myself that, it is because Nigerians are not ready to do what it takes to liberate themselves. First of all, a lot of Nigerians are not even aware that they are being, controlled, subjugated, that they are being manipulated. A lot of them do not know. They think that, this entire thing is what is working for them. Look at all these people on the screen. Many of the people who are here are just there. They probably do not even understand the electoral voting process. but they're already out chanting, hoping, just some of them are there because they want to take advantage of the chaos. Some of them are there, they are being paid, Greetings, so comrade, who's that?
African Wahala.
The African Wahala. Welcome into the studio. Feel free to jump in
Thank
and
you so much.
engage, my comrade.
Yeah, I picked up that mic. Immediately you said something. You said, we could not lie ourselves. We just did waste our time with elections. And we just did do this. Yes, now the greatest deceit. An electoral process is the greatest deceit in the Nigerian system. And people keep on 4 years, especially after the beginning Fourth Republic in 1999. And I agree with you 1000%, because the last credible election that Nigeria had, it wasn't even credible, but it was close to credible. That was in 1993. Apart from the elections, Nigeria had any credible election. Was it the one in 1999? Was there even an election? They just gave it to Obasanjo because they were trying to appease the South. In the next one, Obasanjo did his thing, one in 2007, 2003, and 2007, Obasanjo put his own chosen candidate to become the president, Yar'Adua. And if you think about it, how does one man influence process in a country of over 100 million people? And his choice becomes the leader. Meanwhile, those 100 million people, millions of them have registered and participated in an election. That means the electoral process in 2007 was flawed. And that was the time Buhari started campaigning. 2011, that was when I was doing NYSC and I participated in that election in the counting of the votes and all that stuff. I remember Buhari lost again and they killed 12 coppers in Bauchi. They burnt them alive because they accused the coppers, the NYSC youth coppers, of being the ones that rigged an election for an infidel. The infidel was Jonathan. But to cut the long story short, somehow 2011, this guy came back into power, Yar'Adua, and a fraudulent electoral process. In fact, Yar'Adua said it in one of the interviews that the election that brought me into this position, and I'm just paraphrasing, he said, even me, I was surprised at how that happened. It was magic because he knows he benefited from a fraudulent system. And then fast forward, Jonathan came in, 2014, Jonathan ran again, another rigged, bloody elections. This time around, APC had come into existence and they were threatening blood, massive bloodshed and a massacre and jeopardy and absolute chaos. That's what APC promised us if they did not come into power. So they came into power 2014 or maybe 2015, I can't remember. 2015, that's when it was. And then 2019, by then, the great comrade Omoyele Sowore had come into the picture. There was another fraudulent sham election in 2019. Are you guys following this? I'm talking about since the beginning of the Fourth Republic. We are analyzing every single electoral cycle. There was another sham election in 2019. Buhari was failing. Everybody hated him. The people in the north said, we don't care, even if we are dying, even if we are poverty-stricken and we are hungry and Boko Haram is killing us, we are still going to support him. Okay, fine. They forced themselves, they rigged the elections. Buhari got into power again. And then it was so
I think the African Wahala has dropped off. His network must have been affected by And you see what they talk, and you say make we they transmit electoral votes. African one like they see my comrade, they see the African one like they see what's in the happen. You see what in network they do, my comrade. Comrade, not be Starlink you they use.
And comrade is most likely not using Starlink. If he's using Starlink, there's no way in hell that is going to have this kind of an epileptic connectivity. I don't think so.
Cataclysmic paragoism.
Yes. Chauvinistic.
I did that again. Is a something of the bluest die.
Yeah. I think African Wala is back.
Comrades.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're back, right? Yeah. The African Wala, you back, right? Oh wow. I think we lost him again.
Starlink and Starlink they use. So you see say
This is state brigandish of the bluest die.
The bluest die. even your Starlink. See, my comrade, the problem is INEC. INEC is independent, is dependent, very dependent.
Are you arguing that the umpire is not going to get uninterrupted internet connectivity through Starlink? Is that your argument?
No,
because I want to be clear.
I'm saying that even if this entire project is put together to the best of the ability of the INEC, that is, if INEC is able to even say, you know what, we're going to build a beautiful infrastructure, solid, no hackers will hack it on that day. I'm saying that even if no hackers hack it, they build a solid infrastructure and they get it running on that day, right? And there's full network provided to all localities in Nigeria. I'm saying that
you don't even have to build anything for Starlink to work. It's just a plug and play kind of situation.
Okay, let's assume,
if you want Starlink
full connectivity,
it's a plug and play. You just buy the dish and of course subscribe online.
That's what I'm saying. Let's assume that there's full connectivity for all places in Nigeria. I'm saying that I do not trust INEC to not manipulate the results.
But many people will still make arguments. Many people will still argue that this whole transmission will rejuvenate the interest of the people to participate more in election. And if they participate, their vote is more than enough to crowd or perhaps, mitigate against any form of rigging. What do you think about that?
I said it before that elections are not rigged.
Is that a solid argument? That potentially that when people know that their results or perhaps what is happening in the polling unit is being transferred in real time,
when people feel,
it will motivate them to join. And of course, when they join, they are most likely going to vote against the person where they don't want. And of course, if it is much enough, there's no way they can subvert or perhaps manipulate the system. Is it a solid argument, or perhaps it's false?
It's a solid argument until the last statement you made. It's a solid argument in the sense that yes, now people might say, you know what, this transmission has happened. That's great, which means that my votes will count. They can feel that their vote will count. That's always the feeling. My vote does not count now. Now why I will know the vote? But your vote will count now because it will be transmitted. So people will agree with that. That's no problem. But remember that I told you, elections are not rigged on the day of elections. Elections are rigged before election day. People who we are going to vote against, or people who you are going against, these are things that they've done in the past. I'm just going to list things that they have done in the past that they can do again, which they will most likely do again. First of all, they pre-election count numbers, because we do it as well. We do it as well in AAC now. When election they go on, we don't say, okay, this is how many votes happened before, this is how many registered voters, this is how many votes we need, this is how many votes we think. They count, you understand, they count votes. So they say, okay, this is how many. You do all your numbering. You look at, they already know the places where they are dominant. They already know the places where they are dominant, right? For example, in the Lagos, for example, Tinubu can say, okay, what happened in the last election, and normally Peter Obi won, but the way things are looking, he might be more dominant. You know, there are certain states, River State, Tinubu dominant, Edo State, Tinubu dominant, Kano dominant, Abuja dominant. You know, so they know the states where they already have so many people on their side. You know, where they talk, say, okay, these people we already know, we don't even have to do a lot. This state is already our own. We own this state already. We own this state. Anambra, for example, people will say, okay, Anambra is for Peter Obi. So, okay, this is a state that we would have to try. So, all these states that we don't have to go into, we don't have to stress ourselves in those states. Let's focus on these states where we have to go into. Our mandates are already secure here. These other states that we have to work on, how do we go about it? How much do we need in these states? What is the best case scenario numbers that we think we can get in this state, and how can we get it? You think about that already. Okay, this guy has more support in this locality. We have stronger people in this locality. Okay, no problem. These people take care of it. Now, on that day, what can happen on that day? Many things can happen. First of all, there can be a lot of fake voting, right? Fake voting. You're talking about, and I'm even telling you, let's assume that there are more people involved in the election. Let's assume that there are even more people involved in the election. They still have the numbers, because those numbers will be ready before election, way before election day. Because as it starts, the INEC already knows how many registered voters we have. INEC already knows how many cards have been given out, how many have been received. You understand? So all it gets to is the election day now for us to see, okay, how many numbers they are going to play with. So it doesn't matter how many people come out to vote in the election. The electoral process in itself is not one of integrity, because the Electoral Commission, INEC, is not one that you can bank on. Why do I say so? Over the years, it has proven itself to be inefficient, 1. 2, currently, the INEC chairman is a stooge of the current president. He was appointed by the current president. That is a conflict of interest. And this is why we push for a revolution, because a revolution eliminates all these people at once. It is not a thing where you feel like, okay, if you get an INEC chairman in office, no. A revolution is a full, safe plan. But we understand that gradually people will buy into the idea of revolution. They always want to try everything out. They want to see how they can sew the tire, put gum on the tire, put this one on the tire to patch it and everything. All those reforms, we have to buy a new tire for our car. We can't keep on patching. We just have to buy a new tire and then drive this country forward. That's my stance on things.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems as though we need some level of systemic revamping, and that revamping will mean that we need to change some certain parts, not patch them or try to repair them. When an engine block is gone, it is gone. All right. Once an engine is gone, it's gone. Once a gearbox is gone, it's gone. Once a brain box is gone, it's gone. Any repair that you want, they yesterday they repair brain box before. Your brain box get fault. Your brain box don't spoil. You say you want to go repair them. I won't take to my brother. I think that seems to be the situation here. And of course, we have Godwin Saint. Godwin Saint, welcome to the studio. How are you doing? How is your side of things? Let's hear your own perspective. How do you see this whole issue?
Yeah, good evening, comrade.
Yeah.
Please, can you just give me 5 minutes more so that I will have time to drop my submission? I'm currently going home now, so when I get home, I will have time to drop my submission.
All right, absolutely. That is no problem at all. And of course, to all of us that are tuned into this broadcast, would like to use this opportunity to announce that, well, all of us can be part of this whole discussion. We still have room to spare in the studio, and the studio can accommodate 6 of us to the best of my knowledge. And of course, if you can join, please join. And if you disagree fundamentally with what is being said on the studio or what is being discussed, please feel free to drop your comments, drop your dissatisfaction, your disagreement, your facts to debunk what is being said. Feel free, and we'll be more than willing to concede, that yeah, we have committed an error, or perhaps we can even learn from you, from what you have been able to say. And if you cannot do that, you can join us in the studio by using the link, the exact link that you are looking at on your screen. If you type it on your browser, it will bring you directly to us. And of course, the last time I checked, we are over 156 from all streaming angles. I think we have more of our listeners from X, but I can announce to you that we are now streaming on YouTube and Facebook. We have made that arrangement, and of course, we thank the ancestors that we are able to get it done, because we are being kicked out from the free plan that we were using before. But we thank the support of our sponsors, and it is you now that they sponsor us. We don't have any godfather anywhere, Baba Saleh anywhere, except you, the viewers, and of course, big thanks to you that we can keep this people's media running. It is not easy. It is not something that is an easy feat to pull for the people to have their own media platform, their own media organization, where they can indeed have a voice and they can actually, pour out their minds without any form of bureaucracy that they have to know one oga patapata in one news platform or one news agent or one radio or thereabout. Mm-hmm. This is for you to make use of, all right? And let's make proper use of it. And what have we been discussing since morning? We have been discussing electronic transmission of results from the polling unit, all right, to a central database where the votes of the people are, by matter of integrity, they are secured. The votes of people are secured, and who winner wins without any form of manipulation. And there are possible concerns about the electronic transmission of election results in real time. Primarily revolve around security, reliability, infrastructure, and potential for manipulation. These issues are often discussed in contexts like Nigerians' ongoing debates around the Electoral Act amendments for 2027 elections and global election security practices, including the US, where real-time transmission from polling places is not universally mandated or fully electronic in the way some assume. Here are the main concerns commonly raised: cybersecurity, vulnerabilities, and hacking risk, especially in real-time over network or the internet, could expose data to interception, alteration, or denial of service attacks. Concerns include malware, spoofing, or nation-state interference, changing votes, or disrupting reporting. Number 2 is network and infrastructure failure. In areas with poor connectivity, remote regions, or unreliable power or mobile networks, real-time transmission might fail, leading to delays, incomplete data, or fallback to manual processes that could be exploited. And of course, manipulation during transmission. Without strong safeguards, results could be altered en route or fake results injected, undermining transparency and allowing collation stage interference. A key worthy in places with histories of electoral disputes. Lack of full verifiability. Lack of full verifiability. Real-time uploads might not guarantee 100% accuracy if not paired with paper records or audits. Some argue it creates a false sense of security without preventing all tampering. And of course, next on the concern is disenfranchisement or disruption. Technical glitches could prevent uploads, or attackers might target systems to sow doubts or delay results, eroding public trust. And the last, over-reliance on technology. In countries with robust infrastructure, mandating real-time transmission could be impractical, shifting blames to election bodies when failures occur. So these are some of the things that we have been discussing, and it is the reason why there have been widespread protests, especially the one that happened in the National Assembly in recent times. And people are saying, well, why not allow it? If you have nothing to hide, President Tinubu, you have 30 states in your pockets, all right? And of course, you have senators in their scores in your pocket. You have House of Rep members at your back pocket. You have the Senate president in your front pocket. Yeah. Everywhere. You can just dip your hand anywhere and you pull out. You put you have the judiciary. You have the judiciary inside your cap. You can just open your cap like this, and judiciary is there. So people are now asking, why? What do you stand to lose? Why are you? Your mic is off. I dig it. We don't know.
Oh, I did laugh. I say if he pull out, he has a senator in all pockets. Any pocket he pull out senator.
Anywhere where you pull out anything, everywhere just solved for him.
They use Baba.
Everywhere just done. So inside is Babariga, is are the INEC officials. So everything. So people are now asking that what makes it difficult to really pass into law electronic transmission. And of course, why do you have to now begin to manipulate the result if you have so much support at your disposal? That is a legit question that everybody is asking. That legitly you have everything figured out. In terms of blind loyal supporters, you have it in abundance. And of course, they are both online and offline. We can see many of them online. We have encountered many of them. Even offline, we have encountered many of them. And by and large, the mood of the country has not really, by and large, reflected a people that are really that they want to dismantle all of the system that has rendered them economically and politically handicapped.
They're not interested in it. They're not interested in it. I saw a video today of a pastor saying that he was castigating the people that were protesting. He said that, do you always have to create a civil unrest? Why do you have to go and protest? Nigerians really do not want. Nigerians, when we talk about Nigerians, the people who we call Nigerians are the ones that we hear their cry. People where they come online, where they talk. And most of those people don't want the system to end. My comrade, you go Sabi now. You dey for streets. You dey for streets. I dey follow guys talk with dey for street. They go tell you, say, make this country just scatter, may it just end. Because nothing is working for them. Nothing is working for them. Anywhere they turn is as if the world is against them. And that is the situation of like 70% of Nigerians. Nothing is working. Nothing. Most Nigerians have to beg to survive. They have to beg to survive. They can't just, you can't see the majority of Nigerians just being independent, Somehow, everything they have is not enough. They are taking loans. I think there should be a statistics on how many Nigerians are on loans that they cannot pay back. So the country is it's really messed up. The average Nigerian, they hope say make the country just scatter. The people who they come online, they want the system to continue the way it is. So they don't want any real change. They don't want any real change, because any real proper change means, say, all the excess where then they get because of corruption, because of sometimes it's not even corruption, it's just unethical. It's unethical. For example, they can release a certain amount of funds to you, and the funds is for you to do with as you like for a project. When you can't finish the project, you can't say 3.5 million remain for the project. This is not your salary. They have paid you off your own money. This is money from what you used to have used to procure, some certain things for the project. You don't finish the project, maybe 3 million come from the project. That's money that you should give back to the business. You can't carry that money come out. It's not a crime, but it's unethical. It's not right. You should not do that. Because if the system changed, all those kind of things where people they do, we say nobody really crime, but it's not just what you should do. It's not right. You go people cannot do that anymore. People cannot say, "Oh, I want a passport," and instead of them to book a passport appointment with the office, they will not book it. They will call somebody. The person will tell them to come, and they will give them passport in 1 week. If the system changes, you can't do that anymore. But Nigerians want to be able to do that. They want to be able to go to a bank and go and look for the bank manager, and because it's their friend, they will help them get loan. Not because, people want that system to continue. People don't want that system to change. They love that system so much. And they are hoping as well that one day they will get there and they too will be able to, take advantage of the system and have surplus, and then the people at the bottom will never have anything. But that's not the kind of country that we should want to live in, because that kind of country, first of all, undermines the capacity of the country. And you see it in everything today. We are understaffed everywhere. We are underperforming in everything. If just imagine a country where students could actually come out from school and they could get jobs real time. Do you know how productive the country will be? Do you know how our trade will go into the surplus? Imagine a country where everyone has the ability to have affordable housing. Everyone is connected.
What's up, y'all? So yesterday with the Nigerian presidential elections across the country, and everybody came out in full force.
As I was saying, imagine a country where people could be connected to the national grid. Everybody's connected to the national grid. You know how much revenue are generating from power? You know how many things teenagers can be doing in their home. Maybe say they just they program, they discover, they browse, they do different things online. They get, if they bring things, different things, their brains go to work because they are busy. They have power. Businesses will say people won't start. They go connect different things together, connect wire, connect different things. Before you don't build robots. Before one small business don't start. The people become industrial. People become industrial because there's power. So do you know how productive a society will be when, we are not even scratching the surface of our productive capacity as a nation? And it is because a lot of people have been excluded from the government of the nation. The people who really benefit to some extent from the government of this nation are the people who live in the bourgeois areas. We say they can afford light. And even at that, they are still exploited. They are the so-called best, experiencing the best, but they are some of the most exploited people in the country as well. They pay the most exorbitant prices for rent to live in locations like this that are not even clean. So the exploitation is going on around. Some of us have the opinion that this thing needs to stop and there needs to be a fundamental change. And I think now I just see this copper something. This is how you know that Nigeria, sometimes we need to really. These people now will be there to man this election, and this electoral process will not, might not be done rightly. Anyway, let me just stop talking for now. You can have the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And without further ado, let's pass the mic to Godwin. Godwin, are you there? Are you ready to address us now, or we should proceed? All right.
This network must be bad.
I don't think, network is still very much a thing. And of course, that will move us to the next, part of what we have been saying. And of course, away from all of the concerns and all of the legitimate concerns that people have as far as this whole INEC electronic transmission of results is concerned. All right. There are some facts and safeguards in the whole mix of things. And of course, all of these things are very important. That is, if we are to assume that INEC would stay true to their, we have to put that caveat there. If we are to assume that INEC will stay true to their mandate, and their mandate is to be independent, and it's even in their name, Independent National Electoral Commission. You have to be independent. That is, you are not influenced. You are not. You are not answerable to any form of calling or perhaps pressuring from.
All your decisions are made by you.
Exactly, and it is based on the interest of the people and on certain values and criteria. So there are some safeguards and facts that many of these concerns are valid. I've read the previous concerns about vulnerability. Let me quickly go over it. Cyber security concerns. That is number one. Talking about cyber security vulnerabilities. I talked about network and infrastructural failure. I talked about manipulation during transmission. I talked about disenfranchisement or disruption. And I talked about over-reliance on technology. These are the concerns of many people as far as this whole electoral process is concerned. But what are the facts and safeguards? Is many of these concerns are valid in theory, but real-world implementations often include mitigation and evidence of large-scale successful attacks on result transmission is limited. Let me take that again. Evidence of large-scale successful attacks on result transmission is limited based on what I'm reading on fact now. So not all transmission is internet voting. Real-time electronic transmission of results, aggregated tallies from polling units, differs from electronic ballot return. Example, internet voting. The latter is widely deemed insecure by experts. Example, US agencies like CISA, NIST, FBI, and EAC rate electronic ballot return as high risk, even with controls due to malware, interception, and scale attacks. Result transmission often uses more controlled encrypted channels. That is, despite all of those reservations and of course potential for interception and malware, viruses that they can send into your system and your system start malfunctioning. Despite all of those concerns, result transmission often uses more controlled encrypted channels. In the US, voting machines are not connected to the internet during voting. Unofficial results are often electronically reported via secure networks or portals for speed, but official certification relies on paper records, chain of custody, and manual canvassing. No federal mandate exists for real-time electronic transmission from polling units. Practices vary by states. Safeguards include encryption, air gapping, critical system, audits, and no evidence of exploited vulnerabilities changing outcome in recent election. That is from 2020 to 2024. There have not been any evidence of the system being exploited because they put some safeguarded measures like encryption, air gapping, critical system, and audits. And of course, they also have paper trail for them to even, compare the results or perhaps what they are getting in terms of data electronically with what they are getting on ground. But what makes our own issue even more complex here is this, that this whole thing is under the assumption that INEC will be under the assumption INEC will play a fair game, that whatever attack that they are going to get, whatever attack that they are going to get will be from enemies, not
from INEC.
not a made up story that they have been attacked, but in actual fact, they are the one attacking themselves.
Well,
and of course, painting a picture of attack when there are no attacks at all. So that is, but in terms of ensuring that, well, it is actually out of their control, there are measures that you can put in place. For instance, now, if you are to encrypt all the messages, put cyber teams in place to foresee or be on the outlook for external hacking and all of those things. And this is me trying to make do with the current arrangement, because people like Adege would have said that they wouldn't even want this kind of a system. They would have loved us to deal with the issue from the roots, and that will even start from how INEC chairman is being, elected or perhaps appointed into office. But let's say we want to deal with the current arrangement.
Okay.
All right. So dealing with the current arrangement for me would mean that we are going to say, well, the INEC chairman, they don't appoint them.
Let's walk with it.
So what are the systems in place for us to even catch him red-handed? You know how they catch person red-handed like this? They catch him like this. Don't be say catch him for a year. Catch person for a year. If you escape, or if you catch him like this, it go dey difficult small for the person to escape. Or you catch him you hold him for trouser.
Like Nigerian police.
Police. So I am looking at the scenario whereby are there systems in place whereby even a devil, if a devil is appointed to be the chairman, we can hold the devil by the hand. You don't do Ojoro for a year, because we are able to verify from our own independent sources using the same system that Ojoro don't do. So that is what I'm looking at. So, and of course, so this is what I'm saying. So how can we now do it such that we'll become so pragmatic, or perhaps we are up and running?
What I would suggest that we do, what we can do on our end, is at every polling unit, we must have somebody streaming live what is going there, what is happening there. At every
that's streaming live, it go day somewhere, because they're looking at over 100 and something thousand polling units. Really.
Yeah.
Do you think that is possible?
Nigerians need to get active. If we're expecting 100, and something thousand pictures to be transmitted, we're expecting. Can you hear me?
We are having a network connection.
Can you hear me, comrade? Okay. Yeah. So I said if we're expecting 100 and something thousand, pictures, we have 100 and something thousand party representatives in all places. What is stopping an AAC from having you in your polling unit streaming live? What's stopping that? This is us now. This is us now maintaining our mandate. We know that the people we're up against are corrupt. We know that they are corrupt. What can we do? This is how we now secure our mandate. How can we stress ourselves? Because the inability for us to stress ourselves is our laziness is what we guarantee them their win. How can we stress ourselves to ensure what are our anti-rigging measures?
Mechanisms, yeah.
Because you cannot be voting Nigeria and not have anti-rigging mechanisms in place. You cannot have anti-rigging measures in place. It's not possible. You can't say that you want to participate in Nigerian politics and not have, tactics to engage rigging attempts. This is one of the tactics. Every party candidate must be, because if you have to dispute it after the election, You must have proof. You must have proof. So you can dispute it after the election. If there's any, hanky-panky, if there are any, inconsistencies, record. We stream live. That is one of the way.
But many people would tell you that because streaming live comes at a cost. And that is one of the things that many would say that. But how do you, I think, I would suggest, well, I think it's a good idea anyway, on paper. But I'm looking at the cost it would take for every polling unit to be represented.
Good. Now,
the scale is almost unfathomable.
Well, to be honest, the scale is crazy. But like I said, this is how the people start getting into maintaining their mandate. We have people who are willing to stream things that don't matter to development of Nigeria in any way for 24 hours. We have obedience who can run spaces for 3-4 days straight. Why can't somebody not? Why can't these same people who want to maintain the mandate of their principal, why can't they? If they really are like, we want to get this job done. With our polling unit that last election, we stayed there till the votes were counted. We counted the votes. We waited till everything happened before we left our polling unit. If to say we don't already organize last year, we for the stream arm too. We go stream arm. We go prepare for the day now. You must prepare for that day. When I did this polling unit agent for this location, how much for data? Go give everybody maybe 20,000 naira data. Every state must make provision for that. This will be done by the people of the state who believe in the candidate. Abi, no be so we go run now. We AAC companies go still contribute. Say, okay, for this our polling unit, we want to stream this thing live. This is what the party will discuss. This is how we maintain our mandate. This is where the party structure comes into play. This is where you have a structure. Because I was listening to Reno Mokri just now talking. He was saying that the problem with the last election is that people did not have polling candidates in those locations, so they are complaining later on. They say that that the other opposition LP did not have structure. They did not have grassroots structure, so they did not have people representing them in their polling unit. That was what Reno Mokri said. So now you want to prove that you have structure, no problem. Get your people on ground. Let your structure show its worth. Let them stream this thing live. Make everybody see them as they happen, wham, like this for our eye. Make they upload them. So that when the election is done, we can come and we can defend it with our stream. So this is our evidence. We have proof that it was tampered with. We recorded everything, even down to the last limit. We recorded everything, even down to the picture of, everything that was going on, the picture of the form, everything. So we know that this was what was sent. But this is what we are seeing online now. How come? You have your proof. You have your proof. And there should be another thing is that there should be a what I would also love is this. There should be a procedure for taking the picture of the like there should be a kind of procedure for taking the picture of the form. Maybe they don't just snap the form. There should be something on the form that kind of authenticates that this is the real form, or if they want to snap the form, all party rep go stand. They go, I don't know as they want, but there should be a formality for snapping it, for taking a picture of that form, you understand? So that it's not just paper, because anybody can say this is the paper. But if at the point in time they snap them with some kind, say if person won't verify, if they want say you did somewhere real time, they will tell me take a picture with your hand like this. So once you send that picture, the person gonna say you never take that picture before, no the picture where you don't take before. There'll be a standardization of every polling unit. Once it's finished, this is how you take the picture. This must be involved. So we're gonna say, okay, this not picture when they take gonna be this. Everybody where they go get that picture. All representatives will get that same picture. You understand? So those are ways that we can, try to ensure that our mandate is held. We are there live. We follow the matter to the letter. we too we are already doing our own collation. That one is normal. In fact, just like what Shore was able to do during the time of Buhari, we should be able to come out with the results even before INEC. If we are up and doing, we should be able to come out with the results before INEC, because all our polling representatives must have sent us the polling results at that point in time. Locations where there will be violence, discrepancies, and everything, we could just write them down. This is where our structure comes into play. Command them, okay, this is okay, these locations have violence. We just have them align the videos of the streamers from those locations. If we are so committed, 2, 3, 4, 5 streamers will bring video. Let me see, they know it cannot be refuted. In fact, if we now want, this is now from us defending it. If INEC want, anyway, that's an infrastructure. Let me not even get into that. But these are the ways I feel like we can, defend our own mandate.
I think it's a very fantastic mechanism that we can really we can exploit or perhaps explore, I mean to say. Right? It's a very great mechanism if you can put it in work. And of course, the very basics, like what you have said about taking some level of pictures that will give some form of authentication, that will provide image that can be re-verified from the situation room or from the coalition. Something along that line that would, yes.
So when you just tap, I'm go snap them, we go no say everybody did there. This is not the picture when they snap gone. Because you can't, there are some pictures that unless you take it at that point in time, you can't take that picture again. You can't take that picture again because you don't know my representative for my polling unit. Until on that day comes, we get the representatives from polling, we take the pictures. There are different mechanisms. If we really get into thinking about it, we go strategize something very brilliant for sure. But these are ways that we can ensure that things are that whatever we have will be the same as what has been transmitted, because that is the main problem. People are like, okay, is it going to be what we have here that will be the same as what has been transmitted, and what will be the same on the e-form paper? That's one side of it. People are saying, okay, what we transmit is even going to reach the other side. That's another one. So even if you don't reach the other side, at least all these things we don't do for ground for year, don't ensure say we get enough proof to prove say waiting there on ground for year now waiting there on ground. You understand? And that's how you saw it in the last election when people were counting LUP is 71, LUP is 72. Nothing stops somebody from streaming that entire event to the point of announcement. People in the states are following it. But most of our media have been bought. Media that should go there and cover election, most of them, they don't buy them. So they're not even there. So instead of them to cover the situation of things on ground, many of them go just off camera once time reach for them to post the truth. And the matter be that. Now, my comrade.
Very well. It is what it is, and of course, you have said, one of the most, viable methods of ensuring credibility. Many people are even sending me private messages that how about body cams? All right, how about electoral officers wearing body cams that people can actually see as the matter they go in real time for polling units. All right, if they wear that body cam, it's
now one go no. So that's the idea. We should just find different ways to ensure that the process is one that has integrity. INEC in itself, we don't trust the INEC chairman. That's why technology came into play. The beauty of technology is that the way technology works now, it is agnostic. It doesn't really recognize anybody. Once you program it to do what it's supposed to do and you let it run, it will do what it's supposed to do. So if we put in different mechanisms of different countermeasures, what we will now call our anti-rigging mechanism. And you see, we as revolutionaries, we think these things. You see this obedient, mean they can't ask us for tutorials on how to mitigate, build grassroots structure. Then for us, we go teach them how to build grassroots structure. This is not how you take the think about, because the system, we can't trust the system. We can't afford to be lazy with this system. We can't trust the system. As we speak now, we get our own comrades. We comrade Sydney for Abuja. In don't they put these things into play? They put them into play in the sense that it's already okay. I have so amount of polling units. I need to have agents on ground to ensure that what is happening on ground is well recorded, well documented. Common sense. You understand? Common sense. So that's one way. And then we also have to consider the part of, I hope, because now they've said it's not a matter of shall. They did not say the INEC officer shall upload. No, they say the INEC officer may upload. So INEC officer can choose not to upload. 1, 2. INEC officer you say don't press send. Meanwhile, now delete you press 2. INEC officer we tell you say network no day, saying send them. You go put phone for airplane mode, send press send, you go. And these INEC officers, we've seen videos of them doing ridiculous things. There's nothing they cannot do on ground that day, because we have already established that. So now you have to be there. And this is why we always say, when you analyze and you break things down, the responsibility will always fall back on the people. Only the people can save themselves. That is just it. This is not, no matter how much we want to try and avoid it, only the people can save themselves. It's unfortunate, but that's just what it is. We just have to be the ones to do the work by ourselves. Make engineer Sandy don't come. We cannot hug the mic for too long.
Thank you so much. You're far too kind. Godwin Saint, you're welcome. You're welcome very much indeed. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
You're welcome very powerfully. How are you doing, sir?
Doing great. Network has been tampering with me since. That's why I've been going on and off. These are the elements of bad momentum we are talking about. And if you keep complaining, if you are saying it will look as if maybe you are mad or you are insane or you don't really know what you're saying. Good evening, comrades. Hope I'm audible now.
Yeah, we can hear you. Revolutionary greetings to you, comrade.
Right. We've been talking about the electronic transmission. Like seriously, see, there shouldn't be any debate regarding this The reason why I'm not coming on the camera is like there's no light, so I'm in a dark place right now. So that's why I did not open my video. So let me just go straight to the point. First of all, we are not even having why things are like this is that these Miss Rulers in power, they don't even am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't rate us at all, because the reason why I'm saying they are complaining about electronic transmission, network failure. That's why they are where the electronic transmission will now work. They will not do it manually. Bullshit. Total bullshit. Which village in this country today, no matter how remote the villages are, people do make calls from that village. Bandits do live video, live streaming. They do live streaming. If terrorists and bandits can make calls for ransom, so which useless excuse are these Senate talking? As in, all these guys, sometimes when they will just pass bill as if maybe they are dealing with lunatics. They are dealing with goats that cannot, as in, they just keep on doing rubbish. You understand? Saying, okay, just imagine that without that 2 days resistance, that's how they would have just implemented that law now, that no more electronic transmission. But they can make video call, they can call their own girlfriend in any villages that these politicians visit. They can make us, they're even bandits, terrorists, do POS. There is no village in this country now that you will never see 1 or 2 POS. Are they using the network from Sky? Are they not the same network that we are talking about? So all these guys talking about see, seriously, if a citizen, as a citizen, you can make a call from any part of this country, you should also be able to vote from your own mobile phone. If we really want to be serious as a nation. But these misrulers in power will not even channel their energy in technical innovations like that. No. One person go rather steal one state money, go steal billions, steal trillions, and they will still be telling us to our face that we should fuck off, that we should get lost after stealing. I saw a video today that Yeye Bello in Kogi. Do you know, seriously, see, we are in a modern day slavery, instructing Kogi State House of Assembly members to sit on the floor, on how they are going to support their Ododo, the other stooge there. Imagine, this is what this guy did today, what the Yeye Bello did today in Kogi yesterday. That is what Wiki want to replicate in Rivers State, and that's what Tinubu wants to replicate in the whole Nigeria, so that everybody will become puppets, everybody will become slave. Whenever they tell us to hit our head on the wall, you are buying, we will not even reason. That's what they want to turn everyone to. So if we really have a sensible government in power, this electronic transmission should not even be an issue. It shouldn't be an issue. So they are just feeling reluctant to fix these things, because they know that once all these things are in place, there will be no room for manipulations for them. It's not a rocket science, it's just the factual truth. Why do you think that this guy doesn't want to fix the roads in Nigeria? If the roads are being fixed, terrorism will not thrive anymore. Banditry and terrorism will not thrive anymore. And to make the matter even worse, they are talking about network transmission, this, that. But no matter how remote any village is in Nigeria, ballot box always get to that last remote village in Nigeria, and they don't make calls. Do they make the calls direct from hell? Are they connected to hell? Or are they connected to heaven? So we can all see that these guys, they are not even ready to fix things. They are not ready to fix it. They just using us to play Ludo, losing our life to play Ludo, because they know that majority of Nigerians, no matter how they push them to the wall, they will never turn back and bite. So many majority of Nigeria have become contented, oppressed Nigerians without future. They are so contented. They are so contented in their suffering and slavery. In the next, they are subscribers to their own very detriment. They are subscribing to their doom. So many Nigerians keep subscribing. As I'm talking to you now, they are already planning for the 2027 election. They are already subscribing more for more doing. So we cannot see that electronic transmission of results shouldn't be there shouldn't be debate on this, because okay, take a look at it. INEC budget was almost 1.1 trillion naira. If they can even say, okay, let's assume they want to use Starlink in all the whole polling units in Nigeria, that would be equivalent to 15.something billion naira. So why can't they just even if they say, why can't they just use that money on such thing? No, only one human being would rather steal the whole billions. So the thing is that as Nigerians, we must keep pushing forward. We must keep demanding, because it's our right to demand. It's our right. It's our right. These guys are not there to just enrich themselves. They are there supposed to be answerable to the people. Now they are now talking about electronic transmission, but bandits, terrorists who operate with mobile phones, with networks. Some even do own POS. Are those networks not connected to it? Are those POS not connected to internet? So whatever they are talking or saying in that Senate, that Robastam Senate, they are not even ready, because they know that they just feel reluctant to fix it. They don't even want to fix it. It's not that they are not capable of fixing it. They don't want the common man out there to also be enjoying what they are enjoying. They don't want at all. Our interest doesn't concern them. Whether we live or die, they don't give a shit. They don't give a damn. They don't give a damn. So these guys, we have to keep speaking to them in power. We have to see, it's our life. We have to keep agitating on the right track. We have to agitate on the right ideological backing. We are focused people. We must get this freedom. We must get it. And getting this freedom will not be given to us on a platter of gold. Just like what that one said. Grab it, hold it, grab it, and run with it. And so that's so we take grab Nigeria now today now. We hold Nigeria, we grab Nigeria, nothing wrong with Nigeria. Government of hold it, grab it, and run with it. Nothing to show for it. 3 years of failure, but yet people still want to subscribe for such failure in 2027. All the past and present misrulers that are still vying for positions in Nigeria, they're supposed to be in jail by now. We will be doing hard labor. No one will be killed through firing squad. No one will be killed. They should be those past and present rulers of this nation who are supposed to be serving life sentences in all the jails across Nigeria with hard labor. Let them work for what billions and billions they have stolen, but no. Instead of we, majority of Nigerians, instead of us to come together, majority will still be subscribing to these misrulers, failures that have failed us all, that have ruined our lives. They are still subscribing to their poor governance, to their lack of leadership representation. All the trillions that was awarded to INEC, what is that? What is their excuse that they cannot? In fact, INEC are the main election riggers in Nigeria, not even the politicians. Let's just drop the politicians. INEC, they are the main election riggers in Nigeria, because the INEC is supposed to be That's why it's called independence. They are not even supposed to mingle with any politician. They're supposed to be independent. That's why it's called independence. So many people, so many of us, so many Nigerians don't even know the full meaning of INEC. That body is supposed to be independent. INEC, judiciary, those things, they're supposed to be independent. Police, army, all those bodies, they are not supposed to be siding with your oppressors. But back here, irregularities is the one ruling. Irregularities is now the other half to do. So we have a long way to go. Not this we are doing. We have a long way to go. Same Muslims that cannot even provide common drinking water for the people. Just drinking water, just ordinary water. They cannot even provide it. Common road they cannot fix. Health center will call 0. Education will call -0. Agriculture will call -0.0.0 all over 0. So we still really have a long way to go. Look at the water that Nigerians, some of our Nigerians are. How many politicians children drink this kind of dirty water? How many? We really have a long way to go. Let me just drop the mic here for a minute.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much, Godwin Saints. And it's quite sad that it is because of such ones as this, that is why we are basically their voice. We want the best for our people. We want the best for our people. That is why we do what we do. It is what motivates our activity. It is what motivates us to remain steadfast at what we do. We know what good governance can bring to a people. These children you are looking at, they are basically vulnerable such that they have no choice than to drink from this filthy place. As it is because of terrible leaders that have occupied and perhaps ruled in the last decades. It is very, very unspeakable or despicable that in 2026 we'll still have communities without proper access to drinkable water. And these very same politicians would parade themselves, as politicians who have done, they have done everything that they should do. All right? They think they are successful.
Now the rest of them will help us bring about a revolution in this country.
Yes.
No two ways.
To the wall.
That's what I'm happy about.
Yes.
Because they cannot escape it.
At all.
You can imagine just a simple request
Just simple.
to transmit election results
Electronically.
as it is happening.
They can do it. Real time. Real time.
I'm not even personally interested in transmission. I'm interested in electronic voting.
Yes. Right now.
Where people can vote from their houses.
Exactly.
And the results will be reflected. It's not counting. It will be reflected as we are voting.
Yes.
Because if you can send millions of naira from your phone, you should be able to vote on your phone. But I'm very sorry, these idiots, both in the National Assembly and the executive arm, they said even that is too much. Something that is obsolete in other countries.
Obsolete.
I was with other chairmen of parties, with the INEC chairman, and he told us that India has been doing electronic voting for years now.
More than 300 million registered voters in India.
Let me correct you. There are 900 million registered voters.
Imagine.
The results, the elections are conducted and nobody goes to
Real
court.
time.
The same thing is happening in Brazil. What you are required to do after you vote is to keep a receipt of who you vote for.
Yes.
So if there's a dispute, you just send out the same way you send a receipt of somebody you have paid. Of your transaction, it's a transaction affair. And they will be telling you that there are no internet network in 9 states. But there is, listen to this.
Yes, sir.
There is no state Akpabio goes to in Nigeria that he doesn't find network to connect with his girlfriends.
Exactly.
There is no state that Adams Oshiomhole goes to that he doesn't have network to rub the feet of the Ashawus.
Yes, professional
So they have been giving you all these excuses so that Nigeria will not progress in our own time.
Yes.
But we have decided that Nigeria must progress in our own time.
Whether they like it or not. No.
And that's why I was warning the police officer who was lifting up a tear gas canister. If you shoot a tear gas here, you have started the war. Because we have told you many times we are not your enemies. Yes. But if you want to turn us to your enemies, you know what NSAS is all about.
Yes.
And if this country is good, it will be good for you too. I once came to this National Assembly to fight for policemen. 74,000 of them were promoted because of that since 2025 January and now. These policemen. So don't appeal to them anymore.
No.
We are past that stage. But I want to thank all of you who are here. I'm aware that they are having an emergency meeting.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you caught that. You know, when someone was saying that they should appeal, they appeal to the police officer. Shure was like, no, appeal to them. We have gone past that level. We are not appealing for. We are not going to appeal to police officers again. That is, you know, we were saying that this whole thing is a process. You know, that is it's actually a process that the fact that Shure is basically asking for the police welfare protest is a process that, you know, at the end of the day, I know it will get to a point whereby Shure no go even because there's a way you would deal with a people, all right, and of course there would be they no go feel doubt if you change against them because don't say you don't do your best. Shure has really done his best, and of course the Nigerian people has also tolerated the police officers enough. The Nigerian people have tolerated their nonsense enough. The fact that by now they still haven't figured out that they are being used as a tool of oppression. It tells all you need to know. All right, please proceed, Adege.
The Nigerian police and the Nigerian military they are a very interesting unit of the Nigerian system. Typically in revolutionary cases, systems like that are usually always on the side of the state, and they usually get run over by the people. Typically, you know, they usually get run over by the people, and they usually always have people, you know, soldiers and police people who become revolutionary at the end of the day. And we see them, we have them as well, you know. We have policemen, we have soldiers who have become revolutionary. We have them in our organizations. And the job of those ones is to go in there and, you know, continue to recruit like-minded police and military men. For the struggle that we engaged on their behalf, you know, with them, the struggle we participated in with them, you know, it was a necessity, you know, in order for us to show them that, look, you might assume that we have demonized you. We have not demonized you. We understand that you are part of the exploited as well, and we are willing to stand on your side. That was the whole thing. We are willing to stand with you. We want you to understand that we know that you too are being exploited. We understand your struggle and we show solidarity with you. It would have been within the common sense and within the prerogative of the police and the military men to also, you know, reciprocate. Some of them have, a lot of them have not, as we see today in the system, and we cannot continue to fight for them. You know, we continue to do our work, which is to conscientize the people. Like I said earlier, anything you are doing that is not raising the consciousness of the people any further, there's no point engaging in it. We have engaged with them, we still engage with them, because every time when we go to the barricades, we'll meet them there. I will always tell them that we self no say una they suffer. Why una won't just continue this una suffering? You know. But the same way we have a lot of Nigerians who are not interested in the revolution, common men who are not even police officers and military men. It's the same way we have a lot of police officers and military. Of course, those ones are even way more indoctrinated than the common man, because their own type of life and training is different. You know, they kind of they are subjected to order, you know, and rank and file. You understand? But the average man is not subjected to that, and he finds it hard to even, you know, be on his own side. So they are just part of the people that we have to deal with in terms of conscientization. But I don't think they are the primary. They are not the primary people that we are going after. They are not. We have like 70 million more, you know, Nigerians to reach out to. We'll get to the police when the time is right. And by the time we start reaching out to the common men who are friends with these policemen, eventually those policemen and military men will come on our side. But for now, they are not even the problem. We'll just continue doing what we're doing. Yeah. That's what I see.
Absolutely. We just continue doing what we are doing. Yeah, these guys are not a problem. We know who the enemies are. And of course, the issue is that if they come, you know, if we step on our way, right, we may need to do the needful, because, you know, you can't be beating a child and tell the child not to cry. And of course, you tell the child the way to react to it.
And I
let's
urge you to
just, you know, exhaust this Shore's soundbite. Then I would like us to listen to our fellow countrymen and women in some spaces as a way of rounding up the program, because I believe this is
let's listen to the words on the street.
Yeah,
let's listen to the words on the street.
Avi, now so it be. So we are going to at some point listen to them, and of course then we'll now begin to draw the curtain. But let's listen to Shore. Then when we are done listening to Shore, we'll go to WC. Thank you.
Because if the emergency meeting doesn't resolve the emergency situation, there will be a state of emergency in this country. Yes. It's as simple as that.
Yes.
But I cannot do without thanking Peter for having consistently, Aisha, Mama P, and all of us who have been saying that this is unacceptable. Yes. But I will say one last thing. Beyond voting, you must defend your votes.
Defend it, yes, sir.
Because we must stop voting for our enemies in this country.
Yes.
And nobody should be saying that we are only good for protest, that we are not good to be leaders.
Yes.
That's the reason I didn't want to come yesterday. I want the politicians who benefit from our activities to also participate, to also become activists themselves.
Yeah.
Not that when we are done fighting, you will not tell us that go and sit down, you are activists. But when it is time to fight for a better country, they go that we are only good for protest, that we are not.
You know, just observe the energy that Peter Andy was putting while Shore was saying all this while.
This national
when he gets to an extent where he was saying, well, why should it that we are always good for activism and we're not good to be leaders, to take the lead? Now see, look at the reaction of Peter Andy. Peter Andy is the guy that wears green, black beret.
To fight for policemen. 74,000 of them were promoted because of that since 2025 January and now. But I will say one last thing. Beyond voting, you must defend your votes.
Defend it, yes, sir.
Yes,
because we must stop voting for our enemies in this country.
Yes.
And nobody should be saying that we are only good for protest, that we are not good to be leaders.
Yes.
That's the reason I didn't want to come yesterday. I want the politicians who benefit from our activities to also participate, to also become activists themselves. Not that when we are done fighting, you will not tell us that go and sit down, you are activists. But when it is time to fight for a better country, they go and fight. Let everybody come outside and fight. Everybody. Nobody is too old to fight, because they are never too young to fight. They are also never too old to share national cake. So they should not be too old to also march in support of progress, peace and development. Oh wow, how did you know that? And that one was not here. I don't think we are at the stage of optimism. Yes. We are here to force them to pass a law. It's not even a new law at all. It's something that existed already that we are even complaining is inadequate for transparent elections.
Exactly.
The reason they are doing this is to ensure that they will not be able to lose the election which they are about to lose.
Exactly.
I am surprised that the political party
Comrade, can you hear me? I know they hear you. What's happened?
The political party that already claimed that it has 31 governors.
Yes, it seems as though. Can you still hear the sound right?
No, I can't hear it. You paused it. I can hear you now.
Oh, it seems as though from the sound system, yeah, the thing is still playing. And I don't pause them from the studio. It's still sounding here.
I can't hear it, yeah.
And I don't pause them.
Interesting.
And I've paused it here. So it's some form of malfunction. Let me just off this. Wow. Funny enough, it is still sounding here. All right. But at the end of the day, I think we have gotten the whole gist of the whole issue. That the Nigerian people was really, really resilient. And of course, yeah, let's take a listen to what some of our countrymen and women are saying, then we'll wrap things up from there. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us.
Let me quickly talk something. So I just want to hear me.
The title of this space says State of the Nation.
I have a responsibility to protect.
No. See, Dr. Otuko is trying to make her comfortable so that
I call me a knight in shining armor, call me Universe Voltron, call me Umaraba, call me anything. I don't give a fuck. I have a responsibility to protect my guests. Thank you. Please, hold on. Mute me, please. Tudo. She was there in the capacity of ADC, not for herself. So
you feel this ADC thing that they are still very much
That's why I asked you this question in this space. Was she there for herself or for ADC?
But Doctor,
you said please mute your mic, guys. Allow me to speak, please. I'm at work. I don't want to raise my voice. See,
or raise your voice.
Shout. We're indirectly protecting ADC by answering questions for her or trying to rephrase what she said to the audience, and that's not good. That's number one. Please take note. Next time, don't do it. I'm begging you. Number two, to do. What if I do next time? What will happen?
Let's take a look at some other places.
Can you hear me?
This one says article restructuring plan. Article restructuring plan.
You see, that is APC report of the APC
recruitment
committee on true federalism. You know,
because the news added that Atiku and Dr. Makinde went to visit Ibrahim Babangida earlier today.
So one APC is saying that, he doesn't believe in restructuring, but the promise, they came up with a report. I don't know where they kept the Jonathan Confab report, or they left it in Aso Rock. That in now just don't food the report finish. They came up with their own report, they could not implement it. Anyways, continue. Yeah, so that will go to ADC word.
So the word I just want to say is we should. But the fact is the APC really planning to? Are they really committed to the restructuring, or they are just facing the wall?
Tinubu believe in restructuring. through federalism. It took Obasanjo, remember, it took Obasanjo to court when he was the governor of Lagos State about VAT, value added tax, so that Lagos State will be receiving their VAT, right? Good. But now he's in government. He cannot restructure Nigeria.
There is difference between I'm saying a word and I'm committed to executing it.
Yeah, I know.
Matthew, where you? In rounding up, what I just want to say is that if truly we are processing the federal system of government, stroke presidential system of government, which is expensive, by the way, I would have preferred the parliamentary, but we are where we are. It is as simple. We are fashioning our system behind the US. Have you ever seen where the governor of...
Well, there you have it. The Nigerian people are still very much fixated on the Atiku phenomenon, the Obi phenomenon, the Tinubu phenomenon. And many would argue that, well, it's time to let these guys go. It's time to really dish these all political hegemony and basically concentrate to building something new from scratch. Well, we don't want to really disrupt or perhaps waste so much of our time. We are about to draw the curtain now, and we would, come back tomorrow for another fresh edition of Liberation Hour. And today we are able to, examine electronic transmission of results from polling units down to a central database that is secure and, of course, reliable without any form of manipulation. And, of course, we have also talked about the independence of INEC as shaky. And of course, we would want a situation whereby we will not have to, be very much in doubt on the loyalty of the INEC chairman and of course the credibility of the electoral umpire. Let's pass the mic to Adege for his final remark. Then, of course, Godwin also will give final remark. Then we'll call it a day. Thank you so much.
My comrade, we've had the issue at hand. We've been able to establish in a revolution doesn't just take place. That's one thing. It doesn't just happen. It's not a low-hanging fruit. It's something that happens as a result of many internal contradictions. Like Omoyele Sowore said in that post in this video here, he said, the lives of Akpabio, Tinubu, and the rest will help us bring the revolution. That is their job. Their job is to continue to stress the people. And it is our job to continue to energize the people, to get them ready, to get them primed for when they will have to push back and take power back. Small wins like this should be celebrated. When people are able to demonstrate, we must always commend the demonstration of the people, even if it is reactionary. We must commend it because the kinetics in itself shows that, okay, people are okay to come out to do something. Even if it's we see it, we commend it. We need to continue to give accolades to agitation. When people agitate, we must tell them, good job, you are doing a good job. We must continue to build that culture of agitation. So protesting itself by and large was not a bad one. It has, they engaged the system. Maybe they came to a stalemate. Maybe the people did what they wanted to do. Maybe whatever happened has happened. The people have gone back to their home. They say, okay, they're going for another protest in the future. Small wins like this are okay. It gives us the momentum to build up before the revolution. What is important is that we as revolutionaries must be around. We must be there to guide the people and channel the energy in the right direction. Because if we don't, we'll have people like, these stooges, these opportunists, the anarchists and the opportunists. They will take advantage of the opportunity, and we do not want such a situation. Concerning the voting and transmission, it's a very, very interesting, layer. It's another extra layer of security that the people have been able to, fight for. They've been able to push for and bring to light. Is another extra layer. Hopefully, it makes it harder for the current regime to rig the election. Hopefully, it makes it harder. But we'll find out during the election. As it stands today, this is not an electoral process that one can trust. There's heavy conflict of interest on many sides. The Independent National Electoral Commission seems not to be independent after all. We the people must be there to ensure that our mandate is secured. We must be there to ensure that we are taking note of things that are happening real time on ground. We have our own resources, our own anti-rigging measures on ground. We must be there to do that. If we're not there to do that, then it's a waste of time. You cannot expect the people you are going against to ensure the integrity of your mandate. No, they already don't want to pass laws like this that make it a bit cumbersome for them to navigate. So Nigerian people, what is most important? Most of our listeners, or all our listeners today, what is most important is that you become a part of the revolution. Join the AAC, get registered, become a member, become ideological care, be a part of the push, be a part of the revolution. That way, we can actually put a final stop to all these shenanigans happening around us. And just waiting, I want to today, my comrades. See you again tomorrow. Have a great time.
Thank you very much. Have a great one too. Thank you so much. And of course, let's pass the mic to Godwin Saints and let's hear what he has to say as we draw the curtain today. Godwin, are you there? It seems as though we don't have Godwin on standby. And of course, that would mean that here we are about to draw the curtain today. And of course, we have been able to establish beyond every reasonable doubt that we are willing to really take in every comments and of course, every views and of course, every angles and perspective to this whole electronic transmission as against manual transfer that the Nigerian system has been used to for quite some time. And of course, what are the pros and cons? What are the benefits? What are the reservations? What are the concerns? And what are the solutions? We have highlighted all of it tonight. And of course, let me quickly go through that for the sake of, for bonus, for those that are just joining us. We have 173 of us in this broadcast. Of course, we have highlighted possible concerns about the electronic transmission of results in real time, all right, to primarily resolve security, reliability, and to mitigate against potential for manipulation. That is what we have pretty much examined today, and we have done a good job to look at the fact that in many countries that we have, they have hybrid systems. When they have a way of fact checking using receipts of the on-ground voting activities, and they have a way of merging it and cross-examining it with the digital footprints, and of course they are able to bring about the real reflection of the people's decision. And of course, we have also looked at the independence of our electoral umpire. Is it really independent, or perhaps there are some string attached that can really alter, or perhaps put the judgment of this umpire to question? And of course, thank you so much, Omologo, for your comment. Your comment says, imagine Atiku restructuring. These guys are wicked. These guys are not Nigerians. They are hypocrites. Thank you so much for that comment. And we have another comment by Omologo. Great session, guy. Thank you so much. And for everybody that have dropped comments, including Edo Pekin, and of course the African Wahala, thank you so very much. And to everybody that have commented, and of course to all the speakers, including Africa in the Box, I greet all of you. And of course, today has been a very wonderful session. 5 hours should be more than enough for anybody with 1 year word for Nigeria. And we don't do our own best, and of course, ask Adege or any other person with the outside Nigeria how much 5 hours can earn you in that part of the world. This is a lot of work, all right, a lot of work. So that is why I will be eternally grateful to people like Adege and of course every other comrade that have joined this great people's broadcast. This is your media organization, ladies and gentlemen. Please tune in tomorrow. If you are yet to subscribe, if you are yet to follow us on all platforms, please do that now so that you'll be notified whenever we are up and running. We usually go, become up and running by 6 p.m. West African time. Then we'll run it till 5 hours time or 4 hours, sometimes 6 hours, depending on how robust the conversation gets to. And of course, today we have spent 5 hours already. So thank you so much. We have other things that we usually do to engage offline, online. So let's take a recess as we prime ourselves for tomorrow's edition.
Liberation chat.
The rest of your